Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Man, we pray y'all week was productive.
Yes,
There's a lot
sir.
going on.
Yes, sir. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Brother
Yeah.
Michael. Brother Michael, I got your messages, my brother. Forgive me. I typed out the response to your message like 3 times. And then when you go to send it, you know how you get off the app and you come back on and message just is still sitting there in the type section. You're like, oh, for real? That was me. Forgive me, brother. I will hit you up either after the stream or I'll send you a message. I'm glad you are back home, brother. I'm glad, you know, that, hey, the brother went out, bought land, had to go back to where he was to make some money.
Did what he had to do.
Do what he had to do, what a man do.
Man.
And went back home to be with his family with some paper. That's how I want to be asking, like, where are the good men at? I mean, most of these good men that I know ain't really out there looking to add vagina.
Nope.
They're about their father's business, taking care of the family. Now, some of them are adding, but they ain't like that. They got business to take care of, and they know another mouth means buckets of food, probably bullshit that they got to deal with that they don't want to deal with.
Yes, sir.
Stuff like that.
Yes,
they
sir.
add because it makes sense, because a woman with the right characteristics and qualities makes herself known and available. And she jumps through the hoops to make it to where it is easy for him to add her to his house. They ain't adding because they out there looking.
Man.
Like we were talking about earlier. Hey,
brother David, please, I beg of you, can you hold that thought and wait till more people come in the room, because you already started off burning down people's dreams.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we'll let the room fill up, and we'll dip our toe in the water first before we just dive in.
David's doing some full brother. David's doing some full baptisms right now.
Man.
Oh, man.
Brother Daryl Vick, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Brother Tom Sturgill, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Ken Panine, Shabbat Shalom. House of Maccabee, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Radiant One, Shabbat Shalom. I believe sister. Brother Melvin Gray, Shabbat Shalom. Journey Acres, Brother David, Shabbat Shalom. SOJ, straight out of Judah, Shabbat Shalom. Miss Lovely Dudley, Shabbat Shalom, sister. And to your head, Brother Dudley, Shabbat Shalom. I just want to say, hey, you remember that video I did with the sisters and their pistols?
Yes, sir.
Brother Dudley owns what I consider the finest firearm a man could possibly own. It just so happens to be the same one that I own, just in different caliber. But I'm just going to say, geniuses think alike. Now, all the rest of you who don't have this firearm, you're not geniuses. Good try. You came close. But you just aren't at the level that we are.
What was the firearm?
Springfield XD. I think his is in 45. I'm joking, everybody. But Springfield XD. His is in 45. Mine's in 40. You know, when you talk about guns, everybody says Glock, 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 and I love Glocks. I love Glocks. But when he sent, now there it is, the Springfield. Wait, yeah, that's the Springfield.
45.
Brother Dudley, Brother David carries a Springfield XD and 45 also.
Interesting.
Mine's just two-tone. Yep. Mine's just two-tone.
Yeah, that's still on the to-do list.
Oh, okay.
So, Brother Andre, I have to say, I'm sorry, brother. I love you. You're just not a genius.
You're right. Hey, I like the Springfield or whatever, but I don't know. For some reason, man, I couldn't I think my first handgun was that Beretta PX4 Storm. And I don't know, it was so heavy. I was like, man, this thing is awesome. It's awesome to shoot, brother.
Yes, sir.
I guess I like little Italian stuff every now and then.
Yeah. Yes, sir. It's a fine firearm.
I like I have better experience with the 9XD. That worked really smoothly. I had some issues with my 45 though, to the point to where I ultimately ended up switching to a Glock for the 45 as my everyday carry. But I enjoyed the 9mm, the Springfield 9.
I'm gonna have to improve a little bit over there. Hey, I know
we got some questions.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say we have some questions. Sister Radiant one, we will answer that question in a second. We're gonna let the room fill up a little bit more so that everybody can hear the answer. And then Brother Taz MD said, Shalom, is God's name Yahweh or Jehovah? Because I know Yahweh Shai is ignorantly known as Jesus. I know King James Version says Jehovah, but J's did not exist. Yet it would have been Y. Much love, brothers. Brother Taz, some people say Yahweh, some people say Elohim, some people say God, some people say Yah, Yahuwah. That's another one people say. He has more names. He has more names than a woman who's been married 15 times. I'll just say this. I call him Yah or Yahweh, and I move on from the rest.
I believe he knows and understands that we speak English.
No doubt.
Right. Right.
Yeah. I think more important than, and I understand the arguments and the importance in the sacred name movement. I get it. But I think really more important than that, to me personally, is how we live his commands, how we live this book.
Yes, sir.
Personally. So I'm good with Yahweh, Jehovah, Yahuwah, Jesus, whatever they want to call him. We ain't talking about Jesus, the surfer boy. We ain't talking about him. But for whatever name that folks in this faith who are keeping the commandments want to call him, I know what they mean and who they're talking about.
Right. I agree 100%.
And I believe that he knows that really Hebrew is a dead language anyway. So I don't know that we will truly have that completely understood and figured out on this side of it. That's just my personal thoughts.
That's right.
That's a good question. Great question.
It's about time that we don't be tied up with all that stuff anyway. You hit on some great points, brother. How we live the book. Yes, what are we doing in our everyday life? And I ain't talking about just the spiritual part, because everybody want to talk about the spiritual and erase the physical and mechanics to live in the life.
Yeah, I call that hearers only.
Yes, sir.
The ain'ts. They ain't living nothing, folks.
Yes, sir. No different than how we were in church.
That's it.
That's what it amount up to. Hey, not saying this through this question, but a lot of times I see brothers talking about Elohim. I just keep on moving because at the end of the day, it's how we live. And like you say, he he knows who's calling his name and who his
That's
people
it.
are.
That's it.
He
Yes,
know
sir.
that. So I'm like this. Sometimes I just say, Father, Lord. I don't get. I'm gonna be honest. I'm country. I don't get super complicated. Hey, Lord, I done jacked this up for real.
Yep.
Lord, I done made a mistake or error here. I done sinned, or
Yes.
whatever the case is I go from there.
Right. I don't spend my time trying to twist my tongue to say particular words or names, because at the end of the day, when I read his book, he gives you certain clauses on why he won't hear you. And none of them
Yes, sir.
are, you didn't say my name the right way.
That's it.
I ain't seen that one yet. I do see you disobey him, he won't hear you. You live
Yes, sir.
against his will, he won't hear you. If he
Yes, sir.
gives you counsel and advice and you don't take it, he ain't gonna hear you. But
Yes,
I
sir.
have yet to see where he's like, oh my God, you didn't say my name the right way. That's a long A. You know what? I ain't hearing your prayer. Until you say the long A and not the short A, you ain't mine. I ain't
Right.
seen that yet, so.
No, sir.
Or if you only say the letters, if you try to add any vowels to it, I'm not listening to you because there was no vowels in my name and any of that stuff.
Right. I believe this, and I'm being honest with y'all, there's going to be a lot of people who are cast out into the outer darkness where there's weeping and gnashing of teeth. There's going to be a lot of people out there who can twist their tongue, who got fringes on and head coverings and long names and perfectly manicured beards and ain't ever worn a pair of pants in their life for a woman. Hell's going to be busting at the seams with them. You'll be
Yes,
surprised
sir.
to find people that said, I love Jesus. And no, I don't say the word Jesus, but there's going to be a lot of people in there who call him Jesus, who kept the commandments,
Yes, sir.
who followed his will, who lived this book.
Yes, sir.
I'm just saying.
Hey, it might be some folks in outer darkness who get this now.
Got a
Still
hick of a job.
virgins.
Oh,
What? Say it
Untouched.
again?
Still virgins, untouched.
man.
We hit on it last week. The 5 foolish.
They were all virgins.
That's right.
It was the 5 wise and the 5 foolish virgins.
Ooh.
Yeah. Man, we're going to back up because now we probably already knee deep. We talk about just sticking our...
That's right. We got to back up. Everybody do the dog or the backstroke.
Yep.
Yes, sir. We'll come on back.
We coming back to shore.
Yes, sir. Yes,
We was
sir.
just supposed to stick our pinky toe in.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Let's see. Cherokee Outlaw, Shabbat Shalom. T. Hagen, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Brother Ronnie Rainier, Shabbat Shalom. Brother David K, Shabbat Shalom. Rod 71, Shabbat Shalom. I saw Sister Susan, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Alex, Shabbat Shalom. Shalom Israel, Shabbat Shalom, sister. Hallelujah.
Mm.
You know, we might as well go. What was that?
What was we talking about before we came on?
I was the implements.
That's what it was.
Brother David, go ahead and start this off, brother.
Hey, so we were just talking about, that we're not really looking for. Well, really, what I was saying is, the women coming in saying, "Well, hey, where are all the good brothers at?" And I'm just saying, for most of them, they're not really busy looking for. I'll put it straightly. They're not out there looking for a woman to add to their house. It won't. It's not going to happen that way for a good brother, for a righteous man. They're too busy looking at. Well, so in other words, what that sister would have to do then would be to go out of her way to exhibit her good character and her good qualifications to make it to where it will be easy for that brother to, if make herself known to him, to make it where it would be easy for him to add her to his house. Because otherwise, it ain't gonna happen. Because real men, real brothers are not looking for. Well, I just tell you what we're looking for. We're looking for, hey, how are we going to increase our homesteads? How are we going to, and by that, I'm not talking about how we're going to increase the number of people in here by adding another woman. If it happens because y'all saw fit to move her to the point where she made herself known and available, and her, she was qualified and had good character, hallelujah. But if not, what our focus on is, hey, how do we increase what we produce? And I'm not talking about, well, I'll just keep it, it's still daytime. I'm talking about what we produce in terms of,
you might as well go ahead and go in.
All right, well, I ain't talking about by what we produce, like how many times we finish, how many ejaculation cycles we go through. That's not what I mean by producing. I'm talking about how are we increasing our gardens? How do we do that effectively to the point where we're able to feed ourselves, and our family, all of what it will take? So I know that's what we've been up to and looking at, and pining over every detail that we can think about. Us three brothers of potentially getting some implements and doing all the research and these different systems and so forth and so on. Ultimately, always trying to make sure that it's the matrix of Yah's word and his system that is the guiding principle, directing whatever decisions we make. But that has taken an enormous amount of time and energy and research. That's where our mindset is at. It ain't, hey, let me scour through YouTube and see a sister such and such is available and go through this long checklist of. That ain't even on. It ain't even on the radar.
Hey. Oh, sorry. It's a lot of background noise. That's probably my fan.
Hey, just being real. That's what we've been doing this week, y'all. The three brothers have been researching farming and implements and food production, and we can just be real. That stuff takes time, and we be bouncing stuff off of one another to drum it down to what's really needed. You know what I mean?
Yes,
for cultivating or building gardens, or we pulling each other's, off of each other. Hey, FY, what are we gonna need? What we need to produce more nitrogen, less nitrogen, uric acid, whatever it is, to get it right. So no, I agree with you 100%, brother. I mean, we just said it. It's gonna be some dude. We know it's dudes out there. They on the hunt, just like some of these women. They want to be bailed. When some of these women want to be bailed out of their problem, and they're looking for somebody to do it. Some supposedly righteous brothers.
Hey, you're on, brother.
Brothers doing.
Man,
righteous brothers is gutting it out for the people that's already there. That's proven. That's proven. I know. Ain't nobody. We just said this the other day. Y'all would literally have to put the person in front of us, and then they have to be evaluated real heavy. I like to say how my brother said. It's always a no until it's a yes.
Hey, I just want to say something. I want to say something to y'all sisters, and I mean this in love, but I'm gonna be real with y'all because the name of this stream is the book plus nothing. So that eliminates your opinion, that eliminates westernized society, that eliminates what you learn from whatever church, camp, ministry. I don't give a damn where you learned it from. That's not important to me. But first I wanted to say, SOJ, straight out of Judah, look up Southern Prepper 1. Southern Prepper 1 did a video saying that there could be a religious exemption for you having to take the vaccine. I'm not sure how valid it is, but he did a video on it talking about a religious exemption. You may want to check that out, brother. It's Southern Prepper 1. He did it like 2 days ago or 3 days ago. It's this week about the religious exemption. But that's what y'all are saying. See, sisters, y'all don't know that according to our biblical customs, men oftentimes didn't even really approach the woman. Let me explain. When a woman was in her father's house, who did the man go to?
Father.
Her father.
Her father. Adhere, Shabbat shalom, brother. Shabbat shalom, adhere. He
Hey,
went to the
brother, real
father.
quick, I'm gonna hop out and come back in and see if that'll fix up this audio issue that it seems to be having. I think someone was saying that they couldn't hear me, and I think I hear it doing clicking. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, you're coming in good. I think the audio issue was my end. I had the fan right behind the camera.
Okay.
So men went to the father. They didn't look at Jacob. Jacob didn't go to Rachel and say, "Hey, Rachel,
Right.
you look good. I'd like for you to join my house." He went to Laban. And Laban gave him Leah first, then gave him Rachel.
Right.
So that's a whole lot different than this idea of I'm gonna sit here and he's gonna come and find me. That's not biblical. If you actually look at David and Abigail, the only reason David knew Abigail was through the dealings of Nabal. If you check that out. And what men did is that they did not bargain with you, sister. They didn't beg. They asked a simple question. In fact, it was oftentimes, you want to join my house? That was it. And literally, just like the parable of the 5 wise and 5 foolish virgins, you were either ready that moment or you weren't coming. So if it was one of those, well, I got to think about it, I got to pray about it, well, you ain't coming then. Well, what's wrong with me praying? Either you're ready or you're not. That's what it is. All this stuff that we have been accustomed to in this westernized culture. First of all, this westernized culture, sisters, keeps y'all single. Most of these westernized churches keep y'all single.
Yes, sir.
Most of these camps, ministries, churches, assemblies in the faith keep you single. We are one of the few people that have come out and said, just straight up, sisters, get a husband. Unapologetically. You're looking at 3 men who have more than one wife, and we're telling you, go get yourself covered. That's what the book is, and that's what we have to get back to living.
Yes,
we
sir.
have to get back to living the book. And always, many of you spend your time focusing on the reproach of a woman. Men, you want to know what your reproach is? Because you have a lot of reproaches, men, if you read this book.
Oh, man.
You have a lot of reproaches. The woman's reproach was she was single. She did not have a husband.
Yes, sir.
That was her reproach. Read Isaiah 4:1. She said, let me be called by your name. I will provide my own food, my own covering. Let me just have your name. And what does the law say? It says a man has to provide food, clothing, covering, and conjugal rights. So all the woman was coming in and saying is, let me be called by your name. How did she do that? She joins his house. And by joining his house, he's going to go into her and she's going to take on the name of his house. So there's the conjugal rights. But we have been
and she was displaying and making it, and she was saying and making it known to him, hey, I'm not coming empty-handed either.
Right.
Don't worry about that. I got it covered. My apology. Go ahead, brother.
So, men, a lot of you are living in your reproach. What does the Bible say a good man does? He leaves an inheritance to his children's children. So, if you can't leave an inheritance to your children, wouldn't that be a reproach? Many of you men right now are finding out your reproach because you're looking at the store shelves and saying, shit, I should have bought land 5 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Now land's flying off the market, and you're realizing when you're in your apartment, when you're in your house in the middle of a city, dropping $1,300 a month for the next 29 years. I mean, the Bible says the borrower is a servant to the lender. You do understand that mortgage payment for the next 30 years could be your reproach because it keeps you in a constant state of servanthood?
Absolutely.
That's a reproach. You not being able to feed your family because you're relying on Walmart to do it. You do understand that that could be a reproach. So, men, we have a lot of reproach. If we read this book, you would see your reproach. But we don't focus on our reproach. We keep focusing on what the women aren't doing.
Yep.
And the sad fact is, many of you are not in any position to take care of one of them.
Hey, bro, you know, a thought just came to my mind on this matter. It wasn't even too long ago in this country that a man wouldn't even have the right to vote unless he was what? A landowner.
Landowner. Mm.
Hey, I see Rider 71 has a very interesting question. It looks like Following Yeshua just dropped off, so we'll wait and give him a moment to reboot and come back in, and then we will address that question. That's a good question.
So you had to be a landowner, brother?
Yeah,
To vote?
yeah, you would have to be a landowner in order to vote. Now, again, you know, I'm not suggesting voting or not voting. I'm just saying, along the lines of what we're talking about, even the government of this day and age pretty much recognized and had the same sentiments not too long ago. So, you know, how easily we forget.
Yes, sir. What you said, that's important. Ownership.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's huge. I mean, I don't know about everybody else, but to me, it's huge. I think people recognize, like you just said, the government recognizes it, but even you know for yourself. I just go, I mean, because I done been up there where you at. I know how it is when we go to town and people know you. Guess what? I'm sure they recognize. Yeah, that dude, the landowner. That's their family right there.
Right.
You can tell
Right.
they have a mutual respect. Matter of fact, it might be higher than some of their normal people that they rub elbows with because it's a brother.
Yes, sir. Right.
And that's something they're not used to seeing.
Yep. And he didn't come asking them how can he get a come up for it or whatever. He came in and made it happen against a lot of odds, and a lot of them recognize that and do speak to that.
I like what
very interesting.
Brother out here said you were considered nothing if you didn't own land. You had no voice. That's true.
That's it.
That's absolutely right.
Yep. In
that's
fact,
that's why the Bible says. Go ahead, brother.
I said, put it another way. They might look at it like, who is this dude talking? What are you, somebody servant? You ain't even got a seat at the table.
Right.
Hey, check this out. Sirach chapter 29, verse 20, 21, 22, 23. We'll start at 22. Better is the life of a poor man in a mean cottage, and that means on his own property, than delicate fare in another man's house. Mind you, brothers, that house that you are still paying $200,000 on, that ain't your house. You want to find out? Don't make a payment. See who comes and takes that back. You are better off having you're better off just being real. You're better off having a shack. You're better off having a teepee on your own piece of property than to try and live on another man's land.
Yes, sir.
Be it little or much. Hold thee contented.
Made out of mud and straw.
Right. Mud, straw, you could, whatever it may be, because you always have a place that is yours. You can grow your food. By having land, you can grow food. You can eat. Be it little or much. Hold thee contented, that thou hear not the reproach of thy house. There it is, brothers. There's one of the reproaches right there in the book. For it is a miserable life. Brothers, here's the reproach right here. For it is a miserable life to go from house to house. For where thou art a stranger, thou darest not open thy mouth.
Yep. There it is.
Because it ain't your house, it's not your place, you ain't gonna say nothing. Try to go to another man's land and tell him what you want to do. You ain't gonna say nothing. What you're gonna do is sit down and shut up.
Not only try to go there, but try being in a position where you're living there, where you are dependent on him or dependent on his benevolence for you to be able to be there, and you sure ain't gonna say nothing.
Right. Right.
That's so true.
Man.
Hey, I like straight out of Judah's comment there. He said, in another point to go with Brother David, a lot of brothers, in parentheses, forget to see themselves as wives. So for them to get on sisters is hypocrisy. Brother, that's fire.
Right.
I completely and absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. That's exactly where I was going. What I was about to say is, as we're dealing with these reproach issues, you know, I don't mind speaking what Yah says through his word about this reproach issue for these single women, for the sake of them being able to understand it and recognize it and have opportunity to correct it. But in terms of my focus, focus is always first and foremost solely on me and then on men. Because if we would get ourselves straight and raise our daughters right, this is not an absolute, right? Because I believe that we were dealing with our forefathers oftentimes were righteous men. Not always. We can read it in the book. Not always. And obviously we had some foolish people in our midst. We had the five wise virgins, but you also had five foolish. So it's not an absolute. But we would definitely improve our lot by leaps and bounds, by us addressing ourselves and getting our house, which starts with us and our relationship to our master, seeing ourselves as his brides, starting there first and foremost. Absolutely.
Would you say step number one is getting you some land as a man?
Yep.
Would you say that's step number one?
Yes, sir. I think if you haven't crossed that step, then really, what are we even talking about? Because if we open this book and you try to apply it, you know, now you're stuck back into this situation where everything is spiritual, i.e., you are a hearer only.
Yes, sir.
Yes. That's when men give you that classic, we're in the land of our captivity. Doesn't it say, buy ye lands, build ye houses, take ye wives? And they were in the land of their captivity while this was being said?
Hold on, listen at the order that you said that in. You mean the wives is not on the first end of that?
Nope. I wrote something down. You know, the Bible says the prudent man foresees the evil and hides himself. Men, do you want to know why most of you can't ever foresee evil? It's because you're too busy looking over your shoulder, looking over your right, looking over to your left, or trying to convince some woman to join your house so you can get some more pussy. Anytime pussy is introduced to you, anytime it's within a 5 square block radius of you, your focus goes off of Yah, the vision, the direction, where he is sending you, and it now becomes that woman, and that woman becomes your God. Many of you are just mini Solomons, but you'll be a Solomon for one woman. You'll make her your God. She ain't even asking to be your God, and you'll make her your God. Because so many of you see yourself in a
Absolutely.
competition. You are competing against yourself to get her. When instead, if your focus was foreseeing the evil, many of you right now would have years worth of food stored up. Many of you right now would have lands and gardens and like we were talking about, implements, not talking about how fine somebody was or I was talking to a sister. No, we were talking about implements. We could spend hours talking about implements, gardens, garden space, what we're growing, chickens, goats, cows, sheep,
Shovels.
shovels, sowing the fields. This is what we spend our time talking about. We don't get it. Hey, brother, you see that one sister in the stream? She was kind of cute. Hey, what you think? We don't spend our time doing
Right.
that. I know for a fact, and watch the numbers drop. Many of y'all cats come to these streams, and it's funny because if you watch the numbers, I'm being real, y'all. Whenever we start talking about polygyny, women, or pussy, the numbers are up. If we start talking about homesteading,
Hey, we're about to do a
gardening,
shout out for the Saver holes.
yep,
Uh-oh.
yep. Whenever we start talking about what it really means to build your house, growing, purchasing land, being prudent, the times that we're in right now. Here, I'm gonna be real. Suddenly, all the so-called Hebrew brothers fall off, and guess who's now listening? Usually, the stranger.
Mm.
Yep.
They come in, they're like, "Yeah, I'm buying goats. I got sheep. I got cows. I got this. I got that. You know, I'm planting this and I'm planting that. You know, hey, brother." Then they got one wife and they are rolling.
Hey,
Hey, they coming in like, have you considered this? Have you considered that? Because they've been doing it.
yes, sir.
What,
It's nothing
y'all
new to this.
talk to brother Alex. That brother is a wealth of homesteading information. A
Hey,
wealth
hey,
of
brother,
information.
I'm finna mess with them. Y'all don't know this, but this is what we talk about even before we on the. Now, this is the only time we really talk about this. This is what we were joking about before we got started. I don't even know if y'all can read that. Can you read that? That shit we put X's on. Classes of women we put fucking X's on. They just keep it 100. Because we can't take a woman, put her behind a tractor, or put her behind a walk plow or planter and feed the family. That's real. We trying to build up something for generations to come. Not for if the shoe drop, but when. How
When?
many guys are set up for when?
And here's the thing. All through, if you actually read this book, all throughout history there were famines. Elijah was in the famine. Actually, it was a drought that caused the famine. If y'all remember the testimony of the showdown on Mount Carmel with the prophets of Jezebel, where he told them to pour water on that. Pour more water on that. Water was scarce. Ain't nobody was growing no food. How about Joseph? How about the many times people moved throughout biblical history because there was no food? So we got to stop sitting here pretending like this shit ain't gonna happen again.
Right. Yes, sir.
We gotta stop pretending
That's
like
right.
you can read the book. It's all throughout our history that this stuff happened, and we over here pretending like this ain't gonna happen. And when it does, Yah's just gonna be merciful, and He's just gonna open up a door.
Feed,
Nah, He's closing doors on many of y'all, and y'all don't know it.
just gonna feed you with manna, right? It's just
Right.
gonna mysteriously fill up your cupboards.
It's crazy. So we spend our time looking left, looking right. Every time a sister show, I noticed that, your brothers. I'm gonna say something. Sorry here. Every time a sister show up on the stream, hey, shalom, sister. Let a sister say she's single and looking. Hey, sister, here's my email, phone number, social security number. Here's my credit score. Here's the car I drive, driver's license number. Everything you need to know about me, sister. But yet when it comes to, hey, let's get some land. Hey, let's come out of her. Yeah, brother, I don't know about that. Some of y'all be busting your ass Usain Bolt style when it comes to pussy.
That's true.
But when it comes to your approach, brothers, you're lazy as hell.
Hey, just look at Brother Ken's comment. That's what we talking about. That brother working on comms right now. Last thing on his list is another mouth. I know it's hard. Hey, it's tight, but it's right. Just saying.
Because when I hear another mouth, when I think of another wife, I think of
Absolutely.
that's at least another half acre I gotta
More
clear
mouths to feed.
for food. And most of these sisters ain't
Hey,
coming out here talking about, I'm ready to put in the work, brother. They coming in to be queens. They want to sit up and not do shit. You know how much work it takes
hey,
to
you
grow
mean they
food
not
for a
coming in
person?
saying
Go ahead, brother.
they ain't coming in just saying, "Hey, all I need is to be called by your name. I'll e- I'll I'll feed myself, or I'm coming with some supplies." Not only are they not coming with all of that, they not even willing to come and work.
They coming in
Like,
like
have you
this.
lost your mind?
Hey, brothers. You know, in October, I may be thinking about moving. I know why you're moving because that eviction moratorium ends. And you 5 months behind in your
Man,
rent. That's why you ain't waiting to move until October. I know the game.
right?
Hey, brothers, in about in a couple months, I'll be willing to make those moves, brothers. But you know, because
The
here
father
it comes.
told me that wasn't
Yep.
father.
If they push that eviction moratorium until
Oh,
January, they're gonna be like, hey, brother, how about I move in January? How about I move in I'm willing to make the move in January. I know you are. As long as
hey,
Biden keeps pushing that
hey, y'all,
thing back.
y'all, y'all told me it wasn't time yet.
Hey, brother.
Oh
I'm
man,
throw this in there because I can. This is my testimony for the last couple of weeks. 3 weeks. That's probably about 3 weeks at least, or a month. Now and I don't get me wrong, it don't always hit us the same way. But the brothers been talking to me. I'm gonna go in a little bit. I know FY be going in. FY been light on it. FY been real light on it. He got a way about it. He can go real light. But brother David is passionate. So he been getting on to me a little bit here and there in his own way. We have a way how we do it with each other. But he was like, brother, and this has been a real thing now. I'm telling y'all, it didn't hit me as strong until the last week. This week right here, more so when we talk about after your food storage run out, what are we gonna do? And when I say it hit me like that, because like the brothers with me, they always like, brother, you know you got the means to do it. What are you doing? I know how they act. I know what they thinking in their mind. They like, this motherfucker got a tractor up there that'll pull all the horses and all the angels in heaven, and this nigga ain't got the first implement for cultivating. Nigga, please. So they been on it. So what I'm saying is, it hit me to the point of where I started thinking. I said, yeah, I got food storage over a year. But what I'm saying is, what do you do? That's what we've been talking about this week. That's what we talking about, brothers. What are you
Yep.
gonna do after the food storage run out? Yeah, you got
yes
food
sir.
storage dedicated to you until you figure out learning farming. But in the meantime, I was just thinking, well, you know what? I guess I need to be learning farming. Even to the point of where I had to admit to them, I was having a disdain for that thing because I had done it in my younger years and I didn't like it. But when you
But you know
think
what?
about what you
But you
go
know
ahead.
what? You obeyed the scriptures where it says, hate not husbandry.
Hey, because every time I talk to y'all, shit, that what the conversation was. I told him one day, I said, niggas, I've been getting money every time we get on the phone. I'm serious. I'm being real with y'all, man. But I'm glad they love me enough to tell me, hey, brother, we gotta move. And that's really what the brotherhood is. They didn't come at me. Don't get it wrong, y'all. We have such a love and honor for one another. We don't come at each other in no weird ways. It's always
That's
in
right.
love, and it just have you consider. And when we really look at things, like I know we've been looking at things real strong in the last couple of weeks. And when we look at it, I don't know about y'all, but everything around us says it is not getting better.
No.
It is food shortages will come. Not having the proper solar, and I'm just gonna use something small to charge your phone or run
Man.
some type of appliance in your house. I realize, hey, we gotta move. So now instead of us looking at,
Yes, sir.
I'm saying, instead of us looking at the stuff that other dudes would normally be looking at, women, children, we looking at what do we have in our house now, and how do we make it to where we can not only get through by the skin of our teeth, but I mean get through and be comfortable. That's just being honest with y'all. Get through and being comfortable. Think about it, brother. How many of us got solar? Now I'm talking about solar where you can run a refrigerator. We just say for a few hours. I mean, I only know 2 guys. That's being real. And their solar batteries, I've been looking at them this week, $949 a piece. I want you to hear me. $949 a piece.
And if you
And
think
what
you're
happens
buying
when
one
you need that?
battery and running anything, you ain't. My whole house is ran on solar. Let me tell you, you are not
That's a
going to
pipe
buy
dream.
one battery. Thank you, brother David. And brother David, I'm gonna tell y'all, brother David, I consider my solar go-to guy because he helped me so much in setting up my system here. And let me tell y'all, brothers, I'll be easy with y'all. I'm probably close to 10, uh, 8 to 10,000 in. And I'm
Man,
not even close to the amount of power that I need. I still have 6 more pounds I got to put up. And some of y'all think I'll just buy panels and what? Burn out your charge controller?
Man.
You can only put so many watts on your charge controller before, or so many volts in your charge controller before you need another charge controller. I'm on 2, and now I realize I need 4. And guess what? Charge controllers don't come in at $105. You're talking for a decent one, for an MPPT, you're talking 4 to 5 a piece, 100.
man.
That's not the wires. That's not the inverter. That's not any fuses. That's not any trip lines. That's nothing. That's just a charge controller. That's not the batteries. So a lot of y'all think I'm just
Yep.
gonna get solar. I'm just gonna move out there and get solar. You make one mistake with your solar, you don't have a system no more. Now what you gonna do?
They're in
So I
trouble.
actually had I talked. I'm gonna buy a Harbor Freight solar panel and run my air conditioning off of it. You gonna die in your house, wondering why your solar won't charge your air conditioning.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
This
And you
stuff ain't
start
cheap.
you start you start with a simple, hey, you got a kilowatt meter? You have a multimeter? Are you measuring any of this stuff that you're considering? Because and I asked that question facetiously and rhetorically because I already know the answer. Because if you did, I know you wouldn't be talking about running no AC unit off of that small ass system. I just already know. So what happens is this, and I can say it because it happened to me. Guilty as charged. I was there. I did it too. We'll watch some YouTube videos, right? And these people give you all this
Right.
bullshit romanticized uh, optics of what it would look like. I'm just gonna move out to the country, buy this little solar system. I'm never gonna have any utility bills and so forth and so on. Cool, but what they're not telling you is, hey,
Passing protein.
you're still pay. It's always buy now or pay later.
Yes,
Solar
sir.
is no different. You're gonna pay now, or the realm of electricity. I'll put it this way: solar included. You're paying now, you're paying later. Because with solar, guess what you do? Basically, you take all of those years of electric bills and you pay it up front, with the
Yep.
hope and the belief and the expectation that this equipment and your knowledge and your wherewithal will last long enough for you to at least break even, so that you can at least then start to, at that point, be able to be in the black, meaning
You're
now
right.
you're gaining free energy that you haven't paid for. Otherwise, if you compare this stuff to 10 cents a kilowatt hour, and don't get me wrong, and I am in no way saying don't do solar. I love solar, because now the flip side of that argument is this: when something happens, whatever the event is, and you don't have access to grid power, as cheap as it was, now you're in
Now
the
what?
dark.
Yes,
Thus,
sir.
now that solar, it cost you, but it was worth it. But what we're saying is it's going to come with preparation. You have to do your own, you have to study, do your research, and then in general, you're going to get what you pay for. So if you try to you try to shoestring it, meaning, and I'm not saying go buy the most expensive stuff because of a name brand. I'm saying you do your research, and then you're not going to get, 4 kilowatt hours a day off of two of a panel or two, and then
A
expect to
300-watt
run
panel.
things that would right. It's like, come on, bro, the math don't even make sense on that.
Hey,
That's
brother, I got a
delusional.
100 amp. I got a 100 amp hour battery. I got one of those little pick and save inverters, which they have a place, but they don't have a place on the expensive ass system.
No, sir.
They might have a place in your,
Right.
let's say you had a shed that you want to run a light or two, maybe a small, I don't know, a chainsaw sharpener. Sure, that'll work. But you're talking about,
Right.
and this is the thing we're talking about, brothers. Many of us have this dream, and we'll even try to sell a woman on the dream. Hey, sister, I'm about to go off grid. You know what I'm saying? I got it like that. You about to invite her out there to die.
Literally.
And I'm not playing. I'm not playing. We know men who literally brought their family out there and almost killed them.
Yep.
Freezing to death.
I got some seeds
Talking about
with me, so we gonna be good. We ain't gonna ever have
Right.
to go to Walmart. But yet, you've never read a book on gardening. You've never stuck your hands in the dirt at all. All you did is watch some YouTube videos or somebody else's presentations on their gardening systems, and then assumed yourself to be an expert off of your YouTube hours.
That's stupid.
And now you got somebody out there with you literally about to die.
Sister Radiant One.
Oh, go ahead.
You're asking about, are there any women with YouTube channels? Well, on this channel, my family's talked about it extensively. Sister Tanisha's talked about it. Sister Ebony's talked about it. Sister Lydia's talked about it. You can look at the feast day gatherings. All the sisters from all of our families sat down and had conversations. Right. But I want to warn you, sister. I do not advocate, and this is just my humble opinion. I do not advocate you going to YouTube to try and learn about polygyny. YouTube is not the place to learn about marriage or polygyny. I'm just going to be real with you.
That's facts.
I can't tell you the amount of women who come to this channel who literally are being reprogrammed as we speak because they listen to people on YouTube. They listen to their favorite Hebrew teacher tell them a bunch of bullshit about polygyny, about marriage, about being covered. Because I saw your other question, and we did talk about these things already, but just like we were talking about, brothers, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
That question is always.
Hey, we were talking about solar. Hey, I am gonna say this, and then I'm done with it. The answer the answer to that sister question is this: you shouldn't even consider where you gonna get that information from, other than the man who would be covering you. Point blank, period. Because you might be.
I was gonna say that.
Who monogamous, or he might be polygynous and he ain't even got his first wife yet, or he can have many wives. I wouldn't look at none of these clowns on YouTube. I'm just saying, if you want to get your land taken, men and women, watch YouTube. You want to drop everything at some man's feet, watch YouTube. You want to get your dollars stolen, watch YouTube. I'm just saying,
hey,
women need to start.
You want to be single and stay single?
Watch these clowns on YouTube.
Watch YouTube. I don't care who they are. I don't care how many subscribers they have. You notice that they always twist. You see, sisters, a reason why a lot of these large channels love y'all is because the same reason the black club called the Christian church loves y'all. The Bible, they know that they can detach you from your money at the drop of a dime.
Merchandise of you. That's it.
They're going to get paid from you. They know that already because you're going to be in the spirit. You just walk around in the spirit daily. I mean, are you in the spirit, Brother Andre? Does he operate in the spirit?
All the time.
Listen, I'm a doer. I'm a doer of the word. And as a doer of the word, you can't do this word unless you have the Ruach HaKodesh.
100%.
So asking
bro.
me,
That's as spiritual as it gets.
That's as spiritual as it gets.
Hey, you in the spirit when you looking at solar. You in the spirit when you looking at tractor implements. When you thinking about putting in the well or water catchment or whatever the hell you doing, that's in the fucking spirit. That's in the
Because
spirit.
you're foreseeing the evil. You're foreseeing the evil and working towards hiding yourself from it.
Yes, sir.
How are you
That's
going to be
it.
in the spirit? How are you in the spirit, sisters, and you walk dead smack into the middle of a hole in the spirit? How are you in the spirit as an
called the blind leading the
independent
blind.
woman? Blind leading the blind. I'm an independent woman in the spirit. And I see, here's the thing, and I'm gonna be real. I know exactly what spirit you're in. Rebellion, rejection,
Yes, sir.
victimization, antichrist spirits, spirits of lying and deception,
Leviathan.
manipulation, riotous. You in those spirits, I know that. You are in that reproach, living in that reproach. You've made that reproach your home. And you defend your reproach from people who come to you and tell you, you know that's your reproach, right? No, it ain't. Y'all's gonna give me my husband. Y'all's gonna give you your husband.
Man.
Where do you see that in the Bible, sisters? Where did y'all go out there and grab a guy and be like, hey, nigga, get over here?
Ooh, man.
She had another question I wanted to answer. She said, how does a single Israelite woman like myself operate in these present conditions? To be true, to be real, you don't. The situations that we're headed, what women don't understand is the world was never geared for you to make it successfully by yourself. If you look back at the Bible, women didn't operate successfully by themselves. Think of the story of Elijah and the woman that had her son. She said, when they were in the middle of a drought, and she said, we're about to make this last morsel of food, eat it and die. Elijah had to go. A man had to go and cover her and that house.
Man.
I would say, Radiant One, you should learn polygyny. One, if you were going to listen to anybody, listen to men that actually live it. Listen to men that actually allow you to operate. You can see their wives speaking about it. Number two, I would say this. Because you can't really learn polygyny. You can't really learn marriage. The Bible tells you that, and that's why I say about being a doer of the word, sister. These things you don't learn. You don't learn marriage. You read the Bible and you see what the Bible says. The Bible tells a woman to submit, obey, and subject herself. If you can get that down, you're marriable. Because that literally is the office of a wife. Obey, submit, subject, reverence your husband. If you can do those things, your husband will lead you and teach you from there. But if you learn what I say, if you learn what Brother David says, you learn what Brother Andre says, and you go to Toby's house, and you carry me and Brother Andre and Brother David into Toby's house, you are already borderline on adultery because you're carrying our ideas into his home. It's his responsibility to sow his seed, his information. Seed is information. The Bible says in Apocrypha, men, when you get a fruitful field, that means a wife, sow it with your own seed, trusting in the goodness of your stock. So that man is going to sow his seed. No, we're not talking about semen or cum. We're talking about information. He's going to sow that. Now, he's going to sow that into you also, but we're talking about information right now as far as his mouth, his words. let me clarify that. He's going to sow his information into you, how he runs his house, The three of us here, we don't run our houses the same. So even if you learned about how I ran my house and you took how I run my house to Brother David, you're borderline adultery. Because Brother David runs his house in areas different than how I run mine. It doesn't make him wrong or me
Right.
wrong. It makes him the preeminence, the head, the covering, the priest, the prophet, everything. He is that of his head, of his house. That's what he is. I think so many times, and sister, again, I'm not talking to you aggressively. I apologize if it comes off aggressively, but it is kind of aggressive at the same time. It is what it is. How I talk. Damn it.
Men apologizing, we men.
Right. We
Just
men.
know that it's not directed towards you in a mean demeanor. That's all.
There it is. There it is.
It's all good.
As we've always said, brother Andre is the sniper. He's the guy that knows how to hit you from a distance. Brother David's the one that has the tactics and he can camouflage himself. I'm the guy that runs out there, Allah Akbar, Allah, with the dynamite strapped to my body. That's me.
Yes, sir.
And this is how we have a nice balance, because I'll be bringing out there, Allah Akbar, and Brother Andre's like, hey, I already got him. I'm like, oh, so I don't have to blow myself up. He's like, nah, nigga. I'm like, hey, go back home to your family. I'm like, oh, okay.
Man.
And that's why it's also good to have a nice balance. Brother Kid said, dudes, please. That's why it's good to have a nice balance of brothers that you can communicate with, because we all sharpen each other. It's not we're all
That's
the same
true.
person.
And sometimes, that's right.
Go ahead, brother.
Sometimes, I'll just say for my own self, sometimes I need that fire. Sometimes I need that, hey, bro, hold on now. You need to pick it up a little bit. You might be too lax over here. Step it up. So we balance each other. It's not all just a one-sided us tempering him. Sometimes it's like, hey, nigga, get moving. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. That's right.
Yep. So essentially, sister, a single woman was never meant to handle what we're in. Never. I hear what you are saying. I understand. I am uncovered and was rebuked by a divorced brother. He told me to go learn it. I didn't know where to start. That is all, my brothers. Yeah, we understand. We understand. I absolutely understand. I question, you being rebuked by somebody and telling you go to learn it. I question that part. Men, we got to do a lot better job than telling women to go learn shit. We got to be the example.
She said she was rebuked.
You can't say YouTube.
Right. She said she was rebuked by a divorced brother. I'm going to be questioning that off rip.
Off rip.
So why is he divorced? We got to be, I'm just going to say something because I saw something earlier in your comment. It's going to sound bad now, but I'm even skeptical about dudes who just be jumping out talking about they Israel. Because if you really y'all's people, shit you doing what y'all's people did. Where's your farming?
Yes, sir.
It's like I said, we beyond food storage. What do you cultivate? Where's your husbandry? And I ain't talking about just wives and children, but what are you doing outside on your land?
Oh, I don't have no land, brothers. So shouldn't you be spending your time trying to get some and not running around rebuking single women?
Right. Wait, hold on. Where do you have any type of water filtration going on at your property?
Do you have any water?
What? Right, water. And really, that's what we trying to say, y'all. It's really time out for a bunch of that crazy stuff. And this really to the brothers. Shit, you need to be on your own land. I would never let pastor nobody or somebody steal from me where I don't have land to provide for anything for myself or from future generations that come from my own loans.
Generations. He didn't say just the family he got now. He said generations.
That's
A
right.
good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children, which means men, our mindset should always be grandchildren.
Yes, sir.
At,
Off rip.
at the minimum, it should start at grandchildren.
Yes, so.
Yes,
Off
sir.
rip. So yeah, I don't
Hey,
even get that
even just
until.
that right,
Go ahead, bro. You go ahead. You own it.
even with just that concept right there, that would cause us to pause on buying Jordans or your fifth pair of shoes, your 100th pair of jeans, and all this other crazy stuff, or whatever else folks buy now, your 12th TV to go in your bathroom and all this stuff. When you're thinking about your children's children and beyond that, you start understanding the importance of what you're buying and why. You stop buying that kind of stuff and you start doing things like a grain mill, or a step before that, land, and having some grain and creating the opportunities or the abilities for you to grow some food and some vegetables so that your children can have it and be raised up, and hopefully they can
Right.
then pass that knowledge on to their children, and so forth and so on. Your whole mindset changes, and you're not just looking at, hey, where's the next piece? What do I
Nope.
do to get such and such and such in my house? It's more like, hey, it's no
Man.
until, so yes. Because one wrong move could cost my children's children.
I mean, men, what are you even teaching your children? Like today, my children, all of them, well, minus the three little ones, right, they're teaching them basketball. Brother Andre, you're muted. They're teaching them basketball, sports, stats, and all this other bullshit. My children, and my oldest is 11. My 11-year-old daughter took four of her brothers and sisters, not the three youngest ones, but four of her brothers and sisters, and they planted 7 rows of green beans. They know how to kill and process a chicken. They know how to catch it, kill it,
Yes, sir.
pluck it, gut it, and cut the pieces of meat off of it so that it's ready to freeze. Now, most children today are learning they're still learning transgenderisms and what did Justin Bieber say, and they know worldly dances, and they know shit like that. But they don't know how to survive in what's coming. And us men, we're not teaching the children how to even eat tomorrow. Most of the children still think that the food comes from the store.
Man.
They don't have an understanding of how much work it takes to how are our sons going to be husbandmen when they're being raised up to be bitches? And I mean that literally.
Yes, sir.
How are our
Man,
daughters
that's
going to
it.
be raised up to be
Yes,
virtuous
sir.
women and daughters and be marryable? Most of these women today are being raised to be single baby mamas. They ain't being raised to do nothing else but whore, trick, manipulate, and deceive.
Yes, sir.
This is crazy what we're teaching our children. And then when the children grow up, you remember the Bible does say, brothers, that when your children, I'm gonna paraphrase it. When your children act out, your enemies are laughing at you.
Mm.
Absolutely.
Egypt
Yes, sir.
is laughing at you, men, when they see another dead child in the street, dead in Chicago,
Man.
dead in LA. They laughing like, oh, our plan is working. Egypt's plan to exterminate
Yep.
the males is working. They ain't gonna have nobody left to raise any sort of nation because we're doing everything that we can to kill all the males just like they did in Egypt. It's
That's
the
it.
same story. Go ahead, brother.
And then you think, we think we're doing something by saying I'm Hebrew. You think you're doing
We
something.
think that
You woke
right.
now.
I got
Hebrew.
a head covering on. My name is changed, so I'm definitely Israel now. I got the Ruach HaKodesh. You about to starve to death while you in the spirit.
Right.
Yes, sir. Man.
Because if you actually had the spirit of truth, you remember the Holy Spirit is the spirit of truth. It leads, and it guides you into all truth. Now let's ask a question.
That's it. Yes,
Is
sir.
depending on everybody else truth? Is depending on Egypt for everything truth?
Reach up.
Go, throw some things out there, brothers. Ask them these questions. Brothers, is buying your 5th pair of Jordans when you ain't got no land truth?
No, sir.
How about rims in your car? Truth?
Man,
Nope.
not at all.
So I don't want to hear about this. I'm in the spirit. You in a damn devil. You in a damn demon. You may be into that spirit. I guarantee. I agree with you on that one.
Yes, sir.
But when it comes to this
Some of
book,
these people,
go ahead, brother.
sounds like some of these people need to understand the importance of having one counselor in 1,000. And before you take counsel from someone, understanding what need they have of you.
Yes, sir.
Egypt is a lot of people's counselor, and they're not understanding what Egypt needs from them, and is destroying you. It's what they need from you is for you to stay in your place, keep you dumbed down and stupid, and dependent on them. That's what Egypt needs from you. Egypt will tell you, "Hey, it's okay. You'll barely be able to pay your rent. Get this next pair of shoes, or this outfit, or all this next gadget, all this other stuff. That's okay that you'll never be able to buy your own land. I'll be your daddy.
Woo.
We in captivity. Hey, bruh. Hey, bruh. Bruh. We in our captivity. We under the curses. The curses, bruh. Bruh. You gotta understand, bruh. We in the curses, bruh. And I'm looking at, I read the book and I said, wait a minute. Doesn't it say blessings if we
Wasn't that
obey?
if then?
Right. Blessings if you obey, curses if you don't. So if you still on your curses, that's a clear sign that you disobedient.
Man.
That's
Because if you look through our history, weren't our people still blessed by Yah even in captivity?
Yep. Hey, even in lands
yes, sir.
that was not their own land at the time, while they was on the way. But you get it, they was on the way. They wasn't just held up somewhere else chilling. Hey man, I'm waiting on, the club to open up, and I'm gonna be hanging out. No, nigga, what are you doing? Hey,
I'm not even trying to hear. I don't even want to hear that captivity shit because most of these niggas are running around driving nice ass cars in captivity. So if you can afford a nice ass car in captivity, you can't afford some land in captivity. You can afford Jordans in captivity, but you can't afford some land for your family in captivity. You can afford all this nice shit, nice clothes in captivity. So it sounds to me like you got a nice ass captivity. Captivity is only an excuse when you weren't doing the Father's will.
That's right.
That's it.
Priorities. Misaligned priorities.
I'm trying to hear that shit. We stuck in New York.
Nah.
This is our captivity. Nah, you ain't stuck in New York. Yeah, I am. How about this? Talk to Brother Lamar. Then tell me about being stuck in New York.
Man.
Yes, sir.
12 tribes. Saadai said Joseph and so many were blessed still in captivity. Joseph was moved up the ranks right behind Pharaoh.
Yes, sir.
And saved his people in captivity. So I'm not trying to hear that excuse. That's just an excuse for you to stay the way you are, to not have to do what the book says, to not have to put in the work because, well, we got to work harder than they do. Well, then if that's the case, you better start working right now. Stop making excuses because you know you got to work harder, don't you?
And there lies the problem right there. We can stop skating around it. That's the problem for probably 96, 97% of most folks right there. You're lazy as hell. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Hey, if we do that, if we come out, we can achieve that, but that would mean we have to work. I could grow my own food, but that would mean I have to work. I could go get this land and pay for it myself, but that would mean I have to work. I have to stop buying this other stuff and stop eating out which means now we have to cook at home, somebody's cooking at home. Hopefully, if you have a wife, she's the one doing it. That means you got to work so you can keep some money in your pocket so you can afford to get you some land. So then when you get on your land, you can work, plant you some food. You don't need a gym membership at that point because you'll be busy and moving as it is. You'll start experiencing some increases in health just by following y'all's program. I'm not saying you'll be perfect. I'm not saying you'll be without any issues or ailment or whatever. You're still in the land of the living. You're still dying, decaying every day. But you won't be the same degree of it will resolve a lot of issues that people are suffering from and a lot of ailments. And I'm talking about physical ailments, and I'm talking about what they will refer to as mental ailments. Your mindset, your mentality. Just to get out of the rat race of the city would do wonders for a lot of people. The rat race of I got to get this next thing.
Aren't we supposed to be separating from? You know, do y'all mind if we go into the book? Should we go into the book a little bit?
Go ahead in there, brother.
Yes,
Jeremiah chapter 6.
Hey, for a quick second, I was just wondering something. And when Brother Dave was talking about the laziness, sometimes I often wonder, is that why guys want to have brotherhood? Because they looking to create a Joseph, so they can go and say, "Hey,
have we not
bro,
seen it?
Yeah, hey, bro, you think I can get some of that cow meat, that beef? Hey, bro, you got some vegetables over there, FY? Hey, bro, David, I'm trying to build a chair, brother. And since we all got all things in common, brother, could you give me some wood? See,
no,
that ain't brotherhood. That ain't even manhood.
That's not manhood. That's the come up scheme. That's the I can't take care of myself, so somebody else has to take care of me. Because if I make a bad decision, my wife might kick my ass. She might leave me if I decide to move out to the woods and I ain't man enough to go through the fire. If I pussy out at the last minute, she gonna laugh at me. So, wouldn't it be easier if I just, Brother David, sir, blessed, honorable, double, triple, quadruple, quintuple honors to you, brother. You know, blessings be to your house, your feet, your toes, your teeth, your eyes, your nose, all you honorable brother. The honor, the hoary headed. Yes, triple honors. Can I move your land, nigga?
Nope.
Hey, that's when you know the question is about to be real heavy. Oh man. That's when you're like, hey, my connection is bad. I'm gonna have to catch you next time.
Oh God.
Oh man.
I'm like, hey, just answer the question. Just ask the question, and by the way, the answer is no. Whatever the question is, the answer is no.
Brothers out at all. And we don't mind helping brothers out at all when and where it's appropriate and we can. But what we're talking about right now is these people have this mentality of this is not, hey, would you brothers help me in this situation or that situation? These people have this mentality of, hey, would you be my Joseph? Would you go out and bust your ass so that Egypt can, we can get grain grown and then preserved or whatever, and then I can just eat it when it's time? In other words, can we be Shabbat brothers?
Right.
I won't be around first day through the 6th day. I might come around on prep day if you let me stay there, and then I want to sit on the porch and sip lemonade with you on Shabbat. but I'll be gone first thing in the morning, first day, bright and early, lest you should ask for some or need some help raising some of this stuff that we just ate.
I wake up in the morning and be like, where did brother go? Oh, I heard his car start up at 5 a.m.
Yeah, he had an emergency. Hey,
I mean, he ran over our gate. He didn't even stop and ask to see if I could unlock the chain. He just ran that shit over. Here we go, brothers. sisters. So this is for you too, sisters, who are asking these questions. Because I know the sister said people are telling her to date. No, dating is stupid. That dating will turn you into a hoe.
Yep, quick.
Look at Ruth
Yeah, that's
chapter
like
3.
used car salesmanship.
Right. Look at Ruth chapter 3. Ruth's mother-in-law told Ruth, go to Boaz, present yourself to him, lay at his feet, humble yourself and lay at his feet, and he will tell you what to do. She didn't say go out there and pray for her husband, Ruth. Beseech the Most High. She didn't say that. In fact, I'm still waiting for somebody to show me in the Bible where it gives us the idea we should be praying for a husband. Sisters, let's come and have a prayer group. We're going to pray for every one of us to get a husband. Then we're going to sow an offering to get a husband.
What?
I don't see that in the book, sisters. And you remember this stream, this channel, us brothers are all about the book plus nothing. The book minus your ideas, minus your opinions, minus your extrapolations, minus all the shit that you're going to say, minus all that. It's the book plus nothing. Can you find it in the book? Can you find the precept of the book? Can you find multiple occurrences of it in the book? If the answer is no, then no, you're not Deborah. Shut up. Who you are more likely like is Jezebel, not Deborah. Brother David and Brother Andre, I want y'all to listen to this and tell me, what are some of these old paths that y'all read in this book, okay? Jeremiah chapter 6. And brothers, all y'all in the chat. Sisters, all y'all in the chat. Listen to this. And then y'all tell me what some of these paths are. Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 16. Thus saith Yah. So who said this, first of all?
Yeah.
Yah said it, brothers.
Creator of
Yah
the heavens and the earth.
So this is a command now. This is I keep the commandments. Well, you just been commanded, brothers and sisters. Thus saith Yah. He tells you where to stand. He says, stand ye in the ways. Whose ways? His ways. And see and ask for the old paths. He's telling you to ask for our old paths. That's what he's telling you. Where is the good way? So he's telling you this way that I'm trying to have you stand in the old paths. This way is good. And walk therein. So don't just stand there now. Now you have to walk down that path. You remember, any man that puts his hand to the plow and looks back is not worthy. So if you start walking that path, you're not looking to your right or your left. You're not trying to find out is sister so-and-so walking with you. Is brother so-and-so walking with you. This is your path, brothers and sisters. You need to walk in it. And you have to understand, Yeshua already told us, it's a narrow path. This path is not well traveled. There's not a lot of people on it. You may have to walk in that path for some time by yourself before you see somebody in front of you. And ye shall find rest for your souls. So what this is showing is many don't really want rest for their souls because they look at the old path and they say, that's too much of a sacrifice for me. Right. You don't want rest for your soul then. Admit it. Just admit it. Be real. I don't want rest for my soul. Brother David, is the life you are living, is that rest for your soul? Brother Andre, is that rest for your soul? No, there's hard work. Absolutely. But even that hard work is rest for your soul.
Yes, sir.
Because you know directly who's going to benefit from that work.
Hey, I'm gonna just say, you are 100% accurate. And I'm using one example. We was taking some inventory yesterday about food storage and different stuff I want to re-up on, and it made me feel good when my family You know, they can look outside. They look inside and see stuff. But I saw somebody look outside. A couple folks look outside and say, "You got enough meat out there to hold us a while." Y'all get what I'm saying? That's rest for your soul when your
Yes, sir.
family knows. Shit, we ain't gotta worry about nothing, too much of nothing, and whatever. And that's the other thing too. It's rest for your soul for the man to know his family had that kind of confidence in him because we are following the Most High. And they
Yes.
also know that we're not going to rest until things are set up as close to how we need it as possible. Now, I ain't
Yep.
say how we like it now, because how we
Absolutely.
like it might be totally different. But what we need. So, yes, this walk, this rest for my soul. I don't worry
And
about.
brother,
Go ahead.
no, I'm sorry. Brother Alex said it says rest for your soul, not rest for your body.
That's true.
Man,
That's what we have.
that's spot
We
on
have
right there.
we have the Shabbat for that.
Because the two things are completely juxtaposed to one another.
Yes, sir.
It can be. I mean, if you think about it, if all you do is rest your body, that's a vexation to your soul because your soul knows you're killing yourself.
Yes, sir.
At Sister Radiant, you said, I feel like my question was partially answered. I'm being told the different things from people in our nation. I think that's what Brother David said. Have one counselor out of 1,000. I have questions about graduate school, applying for a job, etc. We're answering your question now, sister. You remember, we just read, pursue the old paths. Did women in the old time go out and acquire these degrees and jobs and all this other stuff and then get a husband? Or did they get the husband and then the husband laid out whatever vision that he had, she moved in his vision?
Yes,
How many
sir.
degrees did Sarah have?
I can't
How
think of a
about
one.
how
Her
about
degree
how
was
about
Abraham. She got a PhD in that.
right? Sarah had a PhD in submission, even to the point where Abraham said, when we go to Pharaoh or when we go to the land of the Philistines, she did it twice, in the land of the Philistines and in Egypt. He said, tell the leader, tell the head, tell the master, tell the king, you're my sister. She didn't say, well, the law says, the Torah, I'm in the spirit, brother. I'm Abraham, I'm in the spirit. She didn't say that. She said, yes, master, and did it. And Yah protected her. Yah protected her because her vision was Abraham's vision. Her vision was not even the saving of herself. Her vision was, there you go. And here she said, PhD and help me.
Yes, sir.
She wasn't going to graduate school. She wasn't trying to go and acquire all these things because, see, those things are beneficial to who? Women always say, yep, women always say, well, his house. Well, what if you get a PhD in accounting, but he needs somebody to be out there in the fields with him? You see what I'm saying? And that's why Sister Cassie said, that's for every man's household. That's why we say the importance is not stacking up all these things for yourself now. The importance is joining a man and following his vision, because that's what women did. That's
Yes, sir.
what Naomi didn't tell Ruth. Hey, Ruth, go to college and get a degree. She said, Ruth, go to Boaz, lay at his feet, present yourself to him, and he will tell you what to do. And that's the West, the Western society, which is
Yes,
what's
sir.
kept a lot of our women, both Hebrew and stranger, who are walking with Israel.
That's
All of
it.
them, they keep them all single. These leaders keep them all. Girl, you better go out there and get yourself a degree, because what if he leaves you? Well, what would cause a man? What would cause a man to leave his wife? Rebellion, witchcraft, disobedience. You don't need a degree to be obedient. You don't need a degree to be submissive. You don't need a degree to reverence your husband. You need a change of heart
Man,
and a
Yes, sir.
hate for the old way. That's what you
Man,
need to be a good wife.
that's it right there. And I think, maybe for starters, I was just going to say, I think you have to start by understanding and reckoning within your own self. And this is not just to this individual, Radiant One. This is to any
Right.
female uncovered at this stage in life, particularly those who have not been married and, who are in a similar situation to her. Which route are you looking to take? Which system do you believe? Who is going to be, well, yeah, what do you believe? Because it's going to be juxtaposed of what the West will tell you. Western doctrine, hey, get up, go to school so you can educate yourself, put yourself in the best position to go do good in corporate America so you can stack some paper, waste your body while your biological clock is running out, but you're not giving that time to a household, you're giving that time to a job, and then only once that the sand is almost run out of the hourglass and you start having pressure, feeling like, oh, I'm almost too old to have a child now. I better go try to find a help, get a spouse, find a husband. And if it's a righteous man, you've already missed your window because you've already given the years of your youth to someone else. You've already given it up to a corporation. And then I'm sure that you're not, Yah calls y'all the weaker vessel. So I know how difficult it would be for a man to just stay, to not just be sleeping out, not just become a whoremonger. I'll put it that way. And as a man, I know how difficult that would be. As a weaker vessel, I know if you're in that situation where you just, and I'll tell you from what I've seen just through straight up personal experience, and it matches up. Women being the weaker vessel, and in that situation where their lowercase EL has been this dollar bill and doing whatever it takes to earn it, now your body count is increasing year by year. So, and that's juxtaposed and almost in direct correlation. Your value, the prospect of finding a righteous man just starts sinking year by year, body count by body count, decision point by decision point. Each step that you're progressing according to how the world tells you it should be. Hey, go out, get your job, earn this money so you can go club and have fun and do all this stuff. Meet a good-looking guy, take him home, do what all that, become a whore.
Yep.
Each decision point for that you increase in the world standards, your value is decreasing in Yah standards and in any righteous man standards. So then I'll take the contrary of that. That would be the wicked way to go about it. I'll just put it that way, according to this book and the maker thereof.
Your value is plummeting faster than Dogecoin. I was gonna say her value is plummeting faster than Dogecoin.
After Elon Musk.
After Elon showed up on Saturday Night Live, and I was like 71 cents. I blinked, and that shit said 20. I was like,
yeah.
That's it.
Oh my gosh.
We couldn't get out of them trades fast enough.
And then Robin Hood went down and froze, and I was like, and that arrow was like this, and it was like, I was hitting that button like sell.
Eject.
Yeah. Once that thing said negative $500, I was like, well, shit, I might as well hold it now. I done lost everything.
Yep. Man. Like, brother, you get out. I don't know. The system crashed. I don't know if my parachute went off.
And it was funny because the three of us were on the phone like, hey, can you get out? I was like, no. They froze up for me too. I can't get out. And we're just watching that thing.
Man.
Oh, man.
Oh, gosh.
And that's what that looks like. The body keeps going up, and it's just like straight down. So now let's take so that would be what the wicked way of going by it would look like. That's what the world and the father of this world, that's exactly how he would will for you to go. Do as thou wilt, in other words.
Yes.
That's how he would have you to go. Now we look at what Yah's ways would be. It's real simple. Because Yah's just like that. His ways are so simple that even a child can understand. All we have to do is take this book and read it and dare to believe it. Take the book, shut YouTube off, Pastor Nobody, do little, all these other folks, shut all that down, read the book, and what would you come away understanding? Hey, Yah wants me to get married. It would really just be that simple. Yah wants me to join a righteous man's household so that I can be saved through that process. That will save me from becoming a whore. That will save me from wasting my youth and getting used up and abused by a corporation who really won't give a shit about you anyway. That will just, in all areas of life, all conclusively, it will be for the saving of you.
Yep.
That's Yah's ways. He would just say, hey, go find a righteous man and be married.
Yep. I was looking at Hearsay. He said, my wife has a double master's in education, but that was after. I'm sure he's the one who dictated it. Like, okay, now you can go back because we can use that.
Hallelujah.
After she built my household to where I wanted it. Now she's prepared to write children's books for our nation of children. And then I want to go to Shalom Israel. She said, when I had children, I had to put my degree up. I refused to work 9 to 5 and not be home with my children. I was talking with a sister once, and she was in college. And she's like, can you just give me a clue of one of the... And she was like, I don't know, 2 weeks from finishing that semester. And I was like, after talking with her, I realized she absolutely loved going to school. That was like the pinnacle of her. That was her God. And she's like, what is the hardest thing you would ask of me? I just want to know, what would you ask me the hardest thing? I said, if you want to join my house, you have to quit school right now. But I'm close to, you'd have to quit school right now. Well, can I quit after I take the final? No. But what about, okay, you know what? Thank you, sister. Bless you. I'll talk to you. Why aren't we talking? Because this is not a give and take. You asked me a question. I gave you the answer. This is not a debate about can I change my mind. Too many of y'all want us brothers to change our mind. I'm not changing my mind.
Yep.
The cost of you being in my house is your God, your school. Because I'm going to be the head of you, not that college and what hours they say you have to be there. If I determine that I want you to go back to school, I'll determine it. What can we talk? Can I talk to you later about it? You absolutely can talk to me later. You absolutely you can. But the problem is my answer don't change. This conversation's over. But you can say anything you want to. You can tell me about how you were in because she went into that. I'm in this. Well, the Spirit told me to go to. So the Spirit. Now you lie on the Holy Spirit, woman. Now you're blaspheming the Holy Spirit. You just lied and said the Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh, told you to go to college.
And people need to stop with that nonsense right there, for real. Because if we look at the entirety of this book from cover to cover, how many times did Yah come to an individual person and speak to them? Am I saying that it never happened? Absolutely not. Obviously, that happened with the prophets. It happened. But here we are, common everyday people, and these people supposedly hear from the Father more than all the patriarchs and all the prophets combined on matters that are so, anyway.
Juxtaposed to
that's
his
not
word.
the spirit. That's it. It's like, just say that's what you want to do.
And most of the time,
don't try to have Yah co-sign.
Right. And most of the time when he spoke to the prophets, it was concerning Israel, not that individual person. It was concerning, Yah gave it to the prophets so that the prophets can give it to the people. Just like Yah gave the commandments to Moshe so that Moshe can give it to the people. I fail to understand, nor do I see it in this book where Yah was just having, some of these sisters, y'all be talking to Yah and Yah be answering every 15 minutes. I'm like, shit. You done surpassed Nehemiah, Jeremiah, Isaiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, Micah, you done surpassed all the prophets. As the weaker vessel, y'all just going straight to
Combined.
you. He bypassed your husband. You're lying. You are lying on Yah. From
Well,
the
he ain't in the
get-go, you
truth.
lying.
Hey, hold on, brother. You know they quick to say this. Well, he ain't in the truth. So y'all come directly to me to direct him.
No, he didn't.
Man.
Y'all bypassed you. Y'all's like, well, you know what? I'm just going to have to wait then because I already, see, sisters, y'all's already told you what to do. He ain't coming by and giving you a new commandment. He ain't coming to you and saying, all right, sisters, I know I already said that you can win them over with your chaste conversation, your chaste conduct. I know I already said that, but for you, it's different. You go ahead and preach to him. Even though I know I already said it's not your job to teach or usurp authority over a man. I know. I said that. I've changed my mind a little bit. Go ahead and preach to him.
I'll say, nah, he's the same yesterday, today, and forever. He changes not.
Yes, sir.
He don't change.
Therefore, that wasn't
Therefore you sons of Jacob. You sons of Jacob should not be consumed. You sons. Listen, you sons. Who? Sons. Men of Jacob
Hey, I
won't be
wonder if we have to
consumed.
do the whole. Do we have to do the cliff notes for this whole gender confused nonsense population today? That means you have a penis and you was born with one.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Brother
When
David.
Yah says
Thank
you
you for
sons, that's what
clarifying.
he means. That's not gender neutral. That's not you woke up one day and felt like you wanted to change your name to John and you was born Samantha or something.
Woo, man.
For all y'all
If y'all
retarded
want
ass genders confused folks out there.
to, right. If y'all want to hear what y'all said, this is why when everyone comes to me and says, "Well, I was in the spirit," I'm like, "You're lying," because of what you're saying. Y'all's already
Yes,
spoken.
sir.
This is the what? Word of Yah. So now is Yah just in the
Hallelujah.
business? I'm just gonna
Yes,
go.
sir.
I'm just gonna go and start talking to everybody else. He's already said it. He's
Hey,
already said it. We got
it is
Jasher.
written.
We have the Apocrypha. It is written. He's already said it. So what's with all this new stuff? Well, Yah came and told me. Well, if Yah told you, he definitely didn't tell you to come and tell Israel. So shut your damn mouth and you go do that thing. Just you. Stop going to YouTube and telling your personal story. I had a dream and a vision and the Lord told me, shut up, Trick. That wasn't for you to tell everybody else. That was for you. You go do it. And if it turns out right, then that was Yah's word. But it's funny, people always say, I heard from Yah, and they want to go tell everybody else and have everybody else do it with them so that when it fails, I ain't the only one failing by myself.
And then
I
they
want a whole
don't
gang of
want no
niggas falling
stones
with
around.
me. You a false prophet.
Oh, hold on a second, fellas. So you mean that y'all didn't audibly tell y'all to? Cause I'm a run it back on home. Y'all did not give y'all an audible word on getting solar, water catchment, wells, land, house, building, vineyard, gardens,
You
farm.
know what y'all gave me, brother?
What did he give you, brother?
I think what he gave us that covered all of those topics is called discernment.
Wisdom.
We knew that we would need to eat. We knew that we would, in order to stay alive for any amount of time, we would need to be able to drink some water.
Yes, sir.
We
How
knew
many
that we
times
would
do
like
y'all
to
sit in
eat
the
some
toilet?
food. We knew
How
that,
many times
hey,
do y'all sit in the toilet and you ask the Father, Father, if it's your will, please
should
have
I
the
hold
poop
it?
come out of my colon. I'm not gonna push or anything. I'm just gonna sit here. I just want you, Father, while I'm in the spirit, have it just fall out.
Mm-mm.
Man.
You didn't know. You just go.
And brother, you see, brother Alex said, "Here comes the sniper." That's right, brother Alex, because brother Andre had to help me with that one because I was one of those guys. You know, brothers, I was praying about buying a bottle of alcohol, and he was like, "Nigga, why you pray over that shit?" I was like, "Aren't I supposed to ask?" He's like, "Do you got $15?" I was like, "Well, yeah." Then go buy you a motherfucking bottle of alcohol.
Yes, sir.
Oh man.
I'm just saying all of that because
I was like, "Is that easy, brother Andre?" He was like, "Yeah, it's that easy." I was like,
it's that easy. And I'm just saying all of that because that's what we've been talking about. Really, we're living this word is really that easy. You read
Yes,
it,
sir.
you believe it, and you go do it. And for the betterment of your family, for the preserving of your family, for the hiding
"Yes,
of thyself, which yourself includes your damn family, meaning women and children.
sure do." And y'all's never going to lead anybody against his word. He can't alter or
That's it.
change anything that comes out of his mouth. So when y'all come out and say, you know, sister,
Not a man that he should
and
lie.
you're right, you know, women come off with this, polygyny is a sin. And I'm like, but y'all didn't change a word that come out of his mouth. So when did he ever say it was a sin? He never did. He never did. What happened is somebody in the spirit said something and twisted something to give somebody some impression. Y'all never came in. Y'all never in this Torah said, "Hey, everybody sell your shit and give it to your leader." He didn't ever say that. That was never a command in this book. He never said, "Hey, let somebody else baptize your wives." Never. He never said, "Hey, sisters, it's good for you to be single. Go ahead and do it. You can serve me being single." Where's that verse at? You don't see these things in the book. What you hear are a lot of explanations, a lot of taking this verse, twisting it backwards, adding a little bit of chocolate syrup and a little bit of a sprinkle of sugar and some sprinkles on top, and then you eat it because it looks good. I can read a good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. I can read you never give your strength to nobody. I can read you are to remain the preeminence of your stuff, of your land, of your wife. I don't need somebody to come, some leader to come and try to explain to me and take my shit, take my wife, take my inheritance for the good of the people. The Torah already says, leave the edges of your field. Brothers, don't go through your field a second time. Leave it for the widows, the orphans, the fatherless, the stranger. I don't need anybody else. It says, I saw Brother Ken, he said, that's a lot of opinion. Ecclesiasticus or Sirach 3:24. For many are deceived by their own vain opinion. And an evil suspicion hath overthrown their judgment, meaning they can't give righteous judgment because it's been overthrown by their opinion. So when they judge me and say, well, he's stupid and he crazy, I don't care. Your judgment's overthrown, nigga.
And
go ahead, brother.
These niggas don't even have a field. How can you lead the corners of your field and you don't even have a field, but you try to cast your ignorant ass judgment over here, talking about we're off. You know, you was clowning in. Folks starting to see it now, by the way. We was looking funny then, but you seeing it now, some of you.
Yep.
But these people don't even have a field. You couldn't lead a corner. That didn't say the corner of your apartment room. Lead a corner of your duplex for the widow.
How about the corners of your elder's field?
No.
There it is. Yep. It's cool. I'm covered because my elder got a field, so I'm good. Y'all better read this book.
They don't say that. It's the book plus nothing. And the book is, if you actually read the book with understanding and wisdom, it's actually rather easy. Because the hardest part of the Bible is walking it out. That's the hardest part of this book, is walking it out knowing that everybody else is going to take the wide roads over here to your right and to your left. And you're on that narrow road that's not traveled very much. People talk about you. I want to say something to y'all niggas who are listening. And I mean this, I don't mean this with respect at all. Why the fuck do you come to a channel that you disagree with to listen and go back to your channel and talk shit? Do you know what kind of a bitch move that is? I'm too busy to go listen to other people that don't matter to me. So if I don't matter and I'm so off and we're so off, then you coming to this channel listen to it is stupid. You have too much time on your hand. You're
That's
probably a
pretty red
slothful
wing.
servant. What was that?
I said that's pretty red wing right there.
Yes, sir.
That's pretty
operating
gay.
in the office, to be honest, that's operating in the office of a wife. I mean, 'cause I'm just saying. I don't follow other channels around.
And it sounds like some of these dudes need to go. My apologies, brother. We got a delay, so I can't see what y'all are talking. Go ahead, brother Andre.
Oh, no, I done forgot it now, man. It slipped through there.
Oh, no. Well, I was just going to say, it sounds like some of these men need to go, sit in their set apart space during their time of menses.
Oh.
In fact, it sounds like some of y'all might be in this confused gender categories that we were just talking about, because you're acting real feminine. You're acting like you might have changed your name from Susan or Janet to Elder such and such.
Yes, sir.
Who does that stuff? They're talking about me. Oh my gosh, they're talking about me. How dare you guys talk about me? Nigga, grow up. Didn't they talk about Yeshua and the disciples?
Yes, sir.
This is part of the walk. When you come to walk this way, you know niggas gonna talk. All sorts of people gonna talk.
And I ain't never lost a minute to sleep over it.
While they talking and stressing themselves out, trying to find Bible verses to go against it, trying to find a way to twist what they're saying, I'm planting more gardens. I'm cutting the tree down like, damn, that nigga stressing out about what I said way too much. It just simply says a good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. I just cut a tree down and he's over there studying the scriptures and trying to find a way to twist it. Grow up.
Hey,
yeah, don't give me preeminence over yourself.
Yes, sir. That's good stuff, brothers. Because really, the men, y'all need to hear this. A lot of y'all are getting, and I'm just saying, because it can happen. A lot of y'all are getting sidetracked by what another brother is doing. You need to be about the Father's business at your land, handling your business. And I'm just saying that. Everything that, I'm just giving example. Everything y'all been saying, only thing I've been thinking while y'all talking is everythingattachments.com. I don't care about what the other folks are doing. Because other folks are not doing nothing.
Brother Andre, what does that website sell?
Farm implements for your tractor. I'm just being honest. When it comes down to the nitty and the gritty, brother, who cares what the next man is doing? Just long as he being about his father's business. And I mean, shit, now you got to almost be damn near at Mach speed.
Yep.
Yes,
now
sir.
we are thinking about, Lord, I don't want to mess up by buying the wrong thing because my family needs to be well taken care of. I need, we thinking about gardening. We thinking about farming. We thinking about food prep. We thinking about, do we need to make the solar? If you have solar, I know the brothers think about, do they need to have it more advanced? I'm thinking about how should I go about it, because I ain't trying to run my whole house off of it. I'm trying to run the necessity. And I know brothers talking about, that's how we should be. If you need a generator, or if you trying to if you got a small generator, maybe you should be thinking about what's the next step after that. But not what another dude is doing. Shit, I can care less.
And to be real,
yes, sir.
That's just weak shit, just to be honest. Because when people send me stuff like, "Hey, somebody was talking about you," I'm like, I don't give a damn. I think it's kind of gay that men have my name in their mouth all the damn time. There ain't nothing about me that should be in your mouth at any point in time, nigga. That is some gay shit.
It is.
So I talk about the word, and if somebody is going against the word or making gain of people because of how they're teaching the word, then yes, I'm gonna talk about it. We have so many doctrines that are just weird, like don't eat off other tables. Didn't y'all come to the faith by eating off other tables? Most of us were in traditional westernized Christianity, right? And our pastor at one point said, y'all better not go nowhere. You ain't gonna get a word like this from no one.
Yep.
And we said, nah, you probably lying. And we kept searching. The Bible says, strive for the truth. Right. Yeah, you're the only one.
Right.
I'm more interested in eating off. I want to eat off this table right here. The book says strive for the truth. Sirach 4:28. Strive for the truth unto death. Meaning you keep striving until you die. Then it says Yahweh will fight for thee. So I'm not trying to hear this. You need to stop eating off other tables. Nigga, you need to stop following Christianity and the things that they say, because that's a Christian term. I learned about that term when I was studying Christian theology. Don't eat off other tables. So I'm supposed to eat off your table then, nigga, and that's it? That's it. I left Christianity because I said, I want the truth. So I kept searching, and I found it. Seek and ye shall find. So I found it. But even then, I kept searching because I knew that wasn't it. And when I kept searching, guess what I found out?
Isn't that what the Bereans did?
They studied every day, which means they probably had to eat off some tables, right?
I mean, isn't that just opposed to what now some of these elders are saying with this whole don't eat off other tables? Like, isn't that the same thing the Pope said?
Right, man, that is what the Pope said.
Damn.
That's what the Pharisees
wasn't
wanted.
the Pope taking folks' deeds too, for the greater sake of the church at large? I mean, honestly, that's how it got so huge, the Roman Catholic Church.
Didn't the Crusaders with the shield and the big cross on the front of it? Didn't they do the same thing?
Yes, sir. And that's a whole interesting side note. That shield and cross symbol. That's the shield right there.
Or the shield and swords.
Yeah, because I only saw one. I know what one sword is, but what's the other sword? Anyway, opinions. I digress. We'll keep moving.
It's like a sword of truth and a nigga's opinions. So they browbeat everybody, and they made everybody that ain't with them look like they were wicked.
I apologize, brother. I got to do a quick digression real quick because I'm gonna keep
do it, brother.
We were talking about that sword, or those swords, shall I say? And it reminded me. I was about to say that's a rather Masonic symbol.
Yes, sir.
So that reminded me of this question that I missed probably an hour ago now. I don't even remember who asked the question. Something about their family had the opportunity to go live on some wealthy person's land.
Rider 71. Yes, sir.
For it, but this person, is that who that was? Okay.
Yeah,
but the
Rider
person
71.
Was
Ebony.
Wait, are you sure? Because I thought she said the family. But anyway, and would that be being unequally yoked? My answer, I would not do that. I would not do that. I would not go and do work and caretaking on anyone's property that is not. First of all, personally, I believe that your family will be better off saving, and even if the only thing that you can afford will be to go and get an acre That would be better than that situation, personally.
Yes, sir.
So I said that I would answer that question, so I want to make sure that I did it. That's my answer to that. No, I would not do that.
Let's go back to Jeremiah.
Yes, sir.
Chapter 6. We're now in verse 17. So he told you to walk after the old paths, stand in them, and then walk in them. You won't do it. Then he says, thus saith Yahweh. Wait, sorry, 17. Also I set watchmen over you. No, we don't take your shit as watchmen. We sound the shofar to let you know destruction's coming. To let you know something's coming. That's the job of the watchman, not to take your shit. Also I set watchmen over you, saying, hearken to the sound of the trumpet or the shofar. But they said, we will not hearken. Therefore hear, ye nations, and know, O congregation, what is among them. Hear, O earth, behold, I will bring evil upon this people. Who are this people? He's talking about his own people. He's going to bring evil upon his own people.
Yes, sir.
Because they would not hear they would not walk in the old paths, and they would not hear the watchmen. Even the fruit, so let me start over. Hear, O earth, behold, I will bring evil upon this people, even the fruit of their thoughts. So he's going to bring evil to the fruit of your thoughts. Now we read in Proverbs, it says the thought of foolishness is sin. So those of you who think foolishly, that's sin. I dare you to look it up in the Bible. Can somebody look that up in Google? Look up the thoughts of foolishness is sin. And I ask, are your thoughts lining up with the word? Because if they're not, then your thoughts are sin. I'm just saying.
Man, we hit on that real briefly last week. The sister asked that question, and of course she wasn't asking for herself. She was asking by way of an example.
Yes.
But that's it. If the thoughts are not lining up with Yah's words,
it's foolishness.
It's foolishness.
Because they have not hearkened unto my words, nor to my law, but rejected it. So the words of Yah are right here. You don't need some extrapolation. If you picked up this book and started reading it, you would get it. You would get it enough to start walking in it. The problem is that everyone tells you about this word based on their own opinion. And that opinion is going to make them money. They're going to fleece the flock. Some way they're going to benefit and you're going to suffer.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Some
and
way it's
brother,
a bit,
that's also really when we get down to.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. There's a delay. I'm sorry.
I apologize. This delay is killing me.
You good.
No, that was my fault. I was just going to say, really when we get down to it, what that really is that's idolatry too. That puts you in an adulterous situation or an idolatrous situation where you're taking someone else's opinion or even your own opinion and trying to make it above or equal to what Yah has spoken. That becomes idolatry. When you're taking your opinion or anybody else's opinion and you're trying to make it equal with, or above what Yah said. That's why we keep stressing the importance of this book plus nothing. Shut everybody else off and get in Yah's word, for it is already written, and then you won't be guilty of whoring on Yah, of fornicating against Yah, of committing adultery against Yah.
You won't be confused. It's always funny when I hear people talk.
Confused.
I hear people talk and they be like, well, pastor said, and now apparently the new term is, well, shepherd said, somebody was telling me about it, and they're like, shepherd said, and the shepherd said, and pastor said, and bishop said. I'm like, what did y'all say? Y'all niggas spend so much time quoting what another man said. What did y'all say? Damn.
They don't know. They don't seek him.
Man.
at
They
all.
don't.
You may as well just be Catholics.
Yes, sir.
SOJ said, right, brother David, right. Pope said, Pope said, Pope said, Pope said, you can't even do nothing without the Pope's figure being above you, around you. You have to have the Pope in some way. His figure or figurine.
Mm.
That's man worship. That man has become a god to you. While you
Hey,
sitting back
man.
and saying that's what y'all wanted. No, he didn't.
Hey, did we miss Radius one question about if she approached by a man?
We did. We did.
I'll read it for y'all and y'all can hit it.
Yes, sir.
If I'm approached by a man to join his house, would I accept and then, this gonna be the killer, seek my dad's counsel or seek my dad, then give the man my answer? Not that he has chased me, but we met at a function / fellowship.
If that man was
What?
a man and he knew you had a father, if your father is showing up at the fellowships also, that man wouldn't have even approached you.
She said she
He
lived
would
at
have
home.
gone.
And that's
If
what
you
I
live
was
at
about to
home,
ask. She live in her.
go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Hit on it, brother. While y'all are hitting
Well,
on it, turn to James chapter 1. But brother David, go ahead and hit on that.
well, the brothers already did it. I just do cleanup run, but in this, they already cleaned it up. I just say, if you live in that home in your father's house, that man, only thing that you should do is give this man your father's information, or vice versa. And at that point, the rest of those conversations should be between your father and said man. And then if it's something to move beyond that, your father should be the one to instruct you of that. And if there's
Right.
nothing more of that, then you would know that your father did a great job of saving you from a wolf in sheep's clothing, or something that was not what he deemed to be for you.
That's right. And if that man doesn't want to go to your father because you're in his house, then that man's hiding something. He probably ain't got shit. Because fathers have a way of seeing shit. Fathers will look at you and be like, well, what you doing with your life? Well, I'm about to go to college and I'm about to do this and I'm about to do that. All right, how about this? If my
I would
daughter's
say,
still
I didn't
available
ask you
after you've
what
done
you're
all that,
about to do.
right. Right.
Yep. You must
If
didn't hear
she,
my question. I said, what are you doing?
right. If my daughter's still available after you do these things, holla at me. But men, ain't no man coming to my house and telling me what he's about to do and wants one of my daughters. How about you show me? I mean, even if you bought land, you were like, look, I'm building. I could see, oh, yeah, you're doing that. All right.
Right.
You can talk to
Right.
her. But if
Right.
you living in the middle of an apartment and ain't got no plan, ain't look for no land, where you looking to buy land at? You know what I'm saying? Jamaica. No, my daughter ain't leaving the country. I'm going to
Do not come to me talking
Nigeria.
about you taking my daughter to Africa.
I'm going to Nigeria, brother. No. I'm not trying to see my daughter on Tears of the Sun.
I say,
No.
well, take your ass to Africa. But as far as my daughter, the answer will be no. You have just made it abundantly clear that she is not a good candidate for yourself.
In fact, let me tell you, if you're really about going to Africa, there's plenty of women over there. You should just go to Africa and marry 2, 3, 5 of them.
Yep. There you go.
But you are not taking my daughter. I'm not about to see my daughter on National Geographic. Stop it.
Oh, shoot.
Cherokee Outlaw said, Tears of the Sun. You funny. For any of you who saw that movie with Bruce Willis when he was fighting in Africa to try to get the tribal people back to the border, y'all know what I'm talking about. I ain't trying to see
Brother
my
Frank
daughter.
had a good question.
What'd he say?
He said, now
Now,
what
what
if
if
the father is not of the faith?
I'll say this? I did it. I talked to Ebony and Tanisha's father. Now, here's what I said. I wasn't asking them. I was letting them know. I was giving them enough respect to let them know I'm marrying your daughter. Especially, because there's a lot of caveats. If the woman has already known man and then runs back to her
Right.
father's house, that's a whole different
That's not
situation
what
than
it's
if she's
talking
a
about.
virgin. Yeah. We're talking about a virgin
Right.
in her father's house, not she went out,
In her
slept with
father's
somebody else, was
house.
married, and returned back to her father's house. If that's the case, I'll talk to the woman. Now, I still will talk to the father to let him know my intention. But I'm not going to ask the father if the daughter has already known man and left her father's house. I'm not going to ask him. I'm going to let him know my intention. Just so y'all know. So if he was not in the faith, go ahead, brother.
But you lived at home with him, and she was a virgin.
And he's
Say
not in
that
the faith?
again?
He's not in the faith. His daughter lived at home with him, and she a virgin.
I'll talk to the father. I would ask the father at that point. Even though he's not in the faith, he's at least got enough where he covered his daughter and she has not known man. I respect that and I will honor him because I would say his wisdom is high enough where he covered her to that point. I will not disrespect him.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right. Where are we at? Where my notes go? James chapter 1. We've all read this verse, but I looked behind the word and it was kind of powerful to me. James chapter 1, verse 22. But be ye doers of the word, and not hearers only, deceiving yourself. Many of us today are under deception because you've only heard the word, but listen what the book says. Until you do it, you're deceiving yourself.
Yes, sir.
So, brothers, until you do it, you're just deceived. Sisters, until you do it, you're just deceived. Until you follow what the book says, you're just. But I look behind the word doer. And the word doer is the Greek word 1463. And listen to what it says. This is in the Thayer's definition. It means a maker, producer, author, and one who fulfills the law.
Woo! That's it.
It means producer. You ain't doing nothing until you have produced fruit from what you say you believe. So the book says, daughters, women, you should be married. You're not a doer of the word until you do it and produce fruit.
Fruit of the spirit.
Because the reality of it is, you don't even really believe it if you're not doing it.
That's right.
And
when you look that belief up, that's
spirit, right?
I'm in the spirit.
We don't sit around like, oh, okay, hold on, y'all. I got to get to work, y'all, but I'll be back. Is he in the Ruach HaKodesh? Well, not at the moment. He was earlier today, but then he had to go to get some work done. So, wow. Hey, did I see George Washington teeth on your checklist? Are them no's earlier?
Yes, sir.
We do. No George Washington Brown teeth. That's just when we're talking about being a doer, take care of yourself. That's doing. Don't just think you're doing it. Brush your teeth. Hey, I spiritually brush. Oh man. I know.
Oh God.
Of reality there. they're George Washington Brown, but in the spirit they're white.
Oh God. So you can't say you've done anything until you produce, and that's a hard thing to swallow, because that removes that whole "I'm in the spirit" shit. What have you produced, brother? What have you produced, sister? If all you produce is bastard children, broken relationships, being single, debt, you ain't doing shit. You produced sin, which means you are a doer of every wicked work. That's what you produced.
Man.
Look at your life. What are you currently producing? That's you being a doer. Until this book yields brings forth a yield in your life, you ain't produce shit. Because producing is not a spiritual thing. Producing is an actual physical, tangible thing.
Yes, sir.
I don't produce spiritual green beans. My family does not eat spiritual spinach. They eat real spinach.
And I would dare anyone to use that as the litmus test. Just go try it. If you feel like thoughts are enough, go try it. Plant you a spiritual garden and don't eat anything except for what you grow.
Miss Lovely Dudley said it's reality, not theory. There you go.
Yes, sir.
That's production. And that's why y'all said hate not husbandry. Because if you are a husbandman and you know how to raise things up, you know how to be productive. You know how to be a doer of something.
Bro, that's why it's so critical that we test ourselves too. That we don't just simply believe something is because we believe it or we think it to be so. But that we actually use this word as the matrix of truth. If it doesn't fall through, if it doesn't filter through, hey, it was discarded to the side. That's the bullshit pile. It didn't make it. I don't care how real it was to you. But our opinion can't be that. It has to be this word, this book.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, hey, we're all gold medal Olympians in whatever field of that we perceive ourselves to be gold medalists in. Are we in reality? I'm not.
Hey, I spiritually won the gold medal in synchronized swimming. Can I show you the medal?
Congratulations. No? Yeah.
Can I produce the medal? It's in the spirit, brother. If you were in the spirit, you'd have the medal too.
There it is.
And you know it said,
we just hating on you. We ain't spiritual enough, so we can't see it.
Oh, brother Alex said he's a spiritual gangster rapper. His name is A Money. A Money Low.
I can spiritually play basketball like Michael Jordan. I can spiritually.
Well, I've been doing. Even though I played college basketball, I've been doing so much homesteading that I spiritually can play basketball too. And that's even though I played college basketball. and notice this, brothers, sisters. It says, "Be ye doers of the word and not hearers only, deceiving yourselves." Meaning, if you aren't producing anything from what you say you believe in this word, and I mean really producing something, all you're doing is actively deceiving yourself.
Man.
And Brother Chris, hey.
Yes, sir.
Hey, who can correct or get a self-deceived person off that path? Is that easy, or would that be extremely difficult.
I would say it's almost impossible because the person would have to come to the conclusion that they're deceived. And how do you come out of deception if you are already deceived?
Mm.
That's a reprobate mind.
Yes, sir.
There it is. That's where your reprobate mind comes in, brothers and sisters. When yet deception has taken root and growing fruit now, your deception's being productive, now you're going reprobate. I don't need no man. That's because you're reprobate. I don't need to leave these built up cities. That's because you're going reprobate. You're deceiving yourself. And the only thing that's going to change your mind is when there ain't no food on the shelves, you realize you done fucked up, when there ain't no men who want to cover you no more, because while you were living in your reproach, you fucked up, and now you're uncoverable, and the man's not eating because nobody cared to listen. Now you see it. But Yah opened your eyes up just long enough for you to realize you fucked up. That's it. Your eyes are open long enough to see that the tornado, the whirlwind is right there at your front door.
Yes, sir.
That's when your eyes get open. And then you start thinking about all the people that tried to help you. All the watchmen that gave you a word that you didn't want to listen to. All the times that somebody told you what the book said plus nothing. And you ignored it. Brother David K said it's easier to fool people than to convince them they've been fooled.
Mm.
Absolutely.
This Bible, brothers and sisters, is about fruit. Look at Romans chapter 2, verse 13. Listen to this. This goes along with James. For not the hearers of the law are just before Yah, but the doers of the law shall be justified.
That's pretty
You have to
plain.
do it. You have to bring forth fruit. You have to produce something. Does it matter if my father is not in the truth? He is an apostolic Christian. I think we answered that question. If you are not a virgin, this is how I live and what I see. If he is not in the faith and you are not a virgin, I will respect your father and letting him know that I'm taking you as a wife. But I'm not going to ask him.
Right.
Hey, can I take, because Ebony was in a situation like that. Her father was not in the faith at all. Not a Christian. He was a Christian. And I went to meet him to let him know, hey, I'm taking your daughter. I talked with her, or actually she approached me to join my house, and I said yes. I want to bring you into my house. She met the qualifications that I had. So I went to get her. I met the father. The father threatened and threatened and threatened and threatened and threatened and threatened and threatened. He'd rather her be a whore than to be in polygyny. I said, cool. I see what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but we're going back now. And he said, if you leave the state, I'm going to get you. I said, all right, I'll see you later. And Ebony's been here for 2.5 years. That's different than if she's in the faith. If she's, I'm chilling.
Look like you still moving around, got good color.
And she happy. She's cheesing it right now, right here, just cheesing it.
Hallelujah.
Which one? Brothers, take this for a second. I'll be right back.
Hey, I was gonna say earlier that it's okay. It's also okay. We know that people reserve the right to stay where they're at, but just be real about it. Say, hey, I'm comfortable with my decision and the result or the what comes with it.
Yes, sir.
Because a lot of times people think, oh, they trying to browbeat us. No. We just say obey Yah. Obey his word. You can see it, you can read it. Now it's time to perform it. And as we were saying earlier, I mean, I keep going back
And in
there,
reality,
but go ahead. I was gonna say I keep going back there, but man, now
no,
is
go
not
ahead,
the
bro.
time to be slack at all. And I'm not even being funny about it. It really ain't. You need to be doing all you can while you can, especially if you're healthy. And even if you ain't super healthy, I know people have
Right.
ups and downs, good days and bad days, but you need to make the most of it.
Yes, sir.
Especially on them good days, and even as my brother David always say, even on them bad days, some days you got to just suck it up and go out there and get after it. You might find out you feel better while you're doing it. I noticed that this week.
Absolutely.
When I tell you I was feeling a little lightheaded or whatever, I noticed a couple days I just got up and said, I'm gonna go out there. I know you ain't supposed to be doing certain things, running heavy machinery, but I jumped in my tractor and was bouncing around. I felt good. Matter of fact, I felt bad when I went back later on and laid down. So
Yep,
I
I've
feel like
experienced that. Yes, sir.
for brothers, time is short to be BSing around on the simple stuff like I want a wife. A lot of times that stuff will be presented to you while you yet doing like Adam. Adam was over there walking it out in the garden after y'all gave him instruction, and guess what? It was presented to him. Now that's the part that the women got to remember.
Yes, sir.
They were presented to that man, not that man running them down, because that man is busy working. That man is busy building. That man is securing the place for even to start a family.
Yep. And
So
as
I
such,
think,
you don't have no time to be looking for you.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll just say this. I went out, I was going to drop a trailer with Daniel, and we had to stop and restrap by the time I got what his neighbor and landowner lived next to me or whatever. That joker flew out the house. He said, "Hey, Andre, you been checking things out?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Hey, man, you need to be praying and you need to be getting some stuff put up." I said, "I'm already on it." Now this guy got about 45 head of cattle on his side of the property. I was like, that is so interesting. This joker done walked outside to tell me, "Hey, you been looking at the news lately, Andre?" I mean, this guy, I'm just saying, and this is funny. This guy probably like 70 years old. He still work at a paper mill. And he got cattle. But if I looked at it like this, if he said it, now he didn't say he was Israel now. So this is something to think about. He didn't run up
Right.
to me and say, "Hey, I'm y'all's chosen folks. That's why I'm doing this." No, they just doing this shit naturally. They don't need no special license. Y'all didn't have to get him a special license and say, "Hey, I need to do something, put up something for my family, for my children's children. Hey, I need to be a husband. I need to hate not husband. That which y'all have ordained." They don't do that. They just go out and damn live the book.
Yes,
Only thing that
sir.
man told me is, "I'm a believer." He
Yep.
didn't say I was from the 12 tribes of nowhere. He didn't say that. He didn't holler out Yahweh Shah or no other stuff. He didn't have arm bracelets on, teeth. He had on overalls and some slippers.
His name wasn't
And his
John Ben Yah
No, sir.
and
His
his
name,
family's
hey,
eating too.
or
he
Ben
had a
Israel.
he had a regular name like Allen.
He was like, "Hey, my name's Ed."
It wasn't Alan the Hungry.
Nope,
It was
nope. Hey, he had some firewood stacked up on his porch. He keeps firewood stacked up on his porch. He didn't need a license. He didn't need y'all to come down from heaven and say, "Hey, thus said I, get you some firewood." He's just doing it. So what more can we not do? Why can't we get it done? That is
Radiant
being
One
honest,
said,
brother.
and these are some good questions, Radiant One. And
yes,
if
sir.
any of y'all got questions, go ahead and y'all can start letting them go right now. Go ahead and ask them. My parents divorced when I was 8 to 9 years old. My dad is in Canada and I live with my mom in the States. I am not a virgin. Would the man speak to me only? Well, here's what I would say, sister. I would also make sure, especially in today's time, that you would have somebody to speak for that man. Now, let me be very careful with that because some of you sisters got the idea that it's your job to question the man and put him through 100 questions. No, that's not your job. You should know if that man's, you, first of all, you shouldn't be entertaining anybody that's not serving Yah, period. If he is serving Yah, it's just a good idea to have somebody that could speak for him, like a reference. All this other stuff that we see in today's time that's been westernized, I say is off.
Yes, sir.
All this, we need to, I need 2 years to get to know the man. For what?
Mm.
If you can't see his fruit right now, if you can't see what he's living right now, then you shouldn't consider him right now. There'll be other women for that man if he ain't living it right now. Well, some of y'all women try to do is, well, I'm gonna try to jump on it right now. He said that he's one day in the future gonna buy some land. Is he moving on it? Can you see, is he a doer of what he is saying? If not, then I'd move on. Then I'd move on.
Hey, you know some men buy land just so they can get a woman.
We've had men on this channel do that.
Man.
Then give it back.
Buy land or make payments on the land, even put a structure, well, a shipping container on the land to get wives. He gonna turn on the camera and go cut down a branch. Not even the tree. Another brother did that part. He just cut the branch.
With full throttle.
and brother who cut down the tree. See, I knew Brother Frank was gonna do that. And Brother Ronnie, you can't say nothing either. Because Brother Ronnie's the one that cut down the tree. And then this brother came in with a chainsaw and said, hey, hit go live. Hit go live. Am I live yet? All right. Hey, brothers, we just out here doing some work, trying to build my land up.
Sad.
Man.
As soon as he got himself a second wife, he was gone. He left the channel. He left fellowshipping with us. He left everything. He wasn't about brotherhood. He was about pussy. I'm just saying.
Seems like there'd be a whole lot easier ways to go about that.
It's a much easier way. Hey, man.
Wait, Brother Frank said, and he broke his ankle.
Hey, that's why I started making videos. Because I don't even want people to even remotely think that we make videos because we want women. Shit, I had women before I was making videos. That's just keeping it 100. We had wives before we started making videos.
Yes, sir.
I don't make videos to impress nobody. I don't make videos for your tithes and offerings. I don't make videos for you to send me money. I don't make videos for women. I make videos actually for brothers. I make the videos for these brothers. And when a sister says, well, I'm interested in, being covered, I let them know. Well, I got brothers on the channel. I can't vet them all, but I've met many of them that are cool. But one of the ground root suggestions I would say to you sisters is if he ain't got land and moving in that direction, and I mean moving fast, if he's talking to you in his apartment and don't have a plan to come out,
Now, I wouldn't even only say just a plan. I say if he talking to you from his apartment, I probably, well, I'll just put it this way.
Go
If
ahead,
any
brother.
man that's
Shoot
talking to
straight.
me about any of my daughters, I tell him, well, brother, well, just I heard one of y'all say it earlier, and it wouldn't be come back when everything on this list is completed, but at least, hey, come back when you're living on your land. Holla at me at that point. I at least need to see that for sure. Now, I don't mean you have to have a big mansion built or whatever, because I'm not a hypocrite. That's not where we started. And I teach my daughters never despise meager beginnings.
Right.
I don't want
Right.
I'm not raising my daughters to be gold diggers. They know how to
Right.
work and get stuff done and help a man build his home. That's what they're being trained and raised up for. But you got to have a land to be building a home and have a place for them to do all that they're being raised to do. They can't do that in an apartment. That's not part of my vision for them.
That's right, brother. Because I'm not trying to send my daughters out for them to have to come back home defiled.
Right.
Hey, daddy, can I come back
I'm
home?
just trying to stay free.
Why? Right. Right.
Right.
Right.
Hey, y'all know they got groups though. Y'all know they got groups out there that be promoting that stuff. Cause I didn't experience it with, just inquiring about things for Sarah at one point. And, they be asking dumbass questions like, why your daddy say the man gotta have some land? Why your daddy say that he don't want no man that's living up under his elder on his property? We just don't go with that shit. Ain't no man looking to put his daughter on some land that don't belong to the man that want to marry her, and he a servant to his elder. What?
Right.
That an
I don't think
undisclosed
we can
location.
say no, man. We probably just have to leave it at us.
Well, you get
Because
what I'm saying?
that's a game. Some places, I don't know.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Shalom Israel asked the question, isn't a man's seed his seed regardless of his faith? He still have to transfer his authority to another man. Is the way I am thinking true? No. Well, yes and no. Yes, it is his seed. But you remember in the Torah, the Bible says that if you go to land and you go to war and you slaughter everybody in that land and you see a woman that you like, you can take her. And if she has not known man, if she has not known, so if she's a virgin, you can take her, bring her into your
Yes, sir.
house. She cuts her hair, she pares her nails, and she has 30 days to mourn the death of her father and her mother, which you likely killed. And then she can become your wife. So the law was only for Israel. Now, you can honor your father and your mother, men, without obeying your father and mother. So you can keep the commandment. If your father and your mother are not in the faith, you can honor them.
That's right.
Without obeying them. Likewise, sisters, if your parents are not, or your father's not in the faith, you don't have to go and get his. Uh-oh. Where'd he go?
Mm-hmm.
He disappeared. He got raptured. I got left behind. Damn. I knew it. So if the father is not in the faith and obeying the word, then the word does not apply to him. It does not apply to him. That's why I said that if she had known man, I'm not asking.
If she out of his father's house, it would be. It would suit no purpose.
That's right. If she's a virgin and not in her father's house, I'm not going to ask the father. There you go. Oh, wait a minute. I can't add him in. I can't add him.
It won't let him come in?
No. It shows his camera, but it won't let me add him. 12 Tribes Star Die said, damn, you Tim LaHaye, rapture. Okay, he says he's gonna go back out and come back in. All right. But yeah. So yes, it is his seed still. It definitely is still his seed. But as far as asking permission, it's a different story. Because like I said, with now let's just say Ebony was a virgin when she came here. Her father said that he would rather her be a whore than be in polygyny.
Woo.
He would rather her have, his words, children with random men than be in polygyny.
Man, that's strong,
Now,
bro.
think of what her, she almost damn near cried when she heard that. Like, wait a minute, you'd rather me be a hoe than to have a man in this faith? Because I told him, I said, I'm going to cover her. I'm going to care for her. She's not going to have to go out and work ever again. She ain't going to have to go and drive Uber like she was driving. She ain't going to have random dudes in her car giving her or giving them a ride all over the place. And one of them can end up raping her.
Man.
She ain't got to worry about that. He didn't care. He'd rather her be a hoe than in polygyny. He said that to my face.
Yep.
Now, not trying to be funny, but that's not covering. As a father,
That's not.
it just ain't.
That's not. That's not. And with Tanisha's, when I met Tanisha and talked with her father, well, it was your stepdad, right? Her stepdad, who had basically raised her for most of her life, well, for a large portion of his life, or her life. He was in Cleveland, and I called him to let him know, like, I want to marry your daughter, and I just letting you know. And he was like, well, the fact that you even called me to let me know this show, and I had never met the man before. He said, but the fact that you called me to let me know that you had this intention for my daughter means you're an honorable man. And I was like, cool. I mean, the reality is, if he had said no, I still would have done it. But I do believe that we can honor them without, honor your father and your mother. I believe that we can honor these men who may not be in the faith without disrespecting them and turning the hood on them.
Right. Yep.
We can see Brother David was returned from the rapture. Dude, there's a war going out there in the heavens. I thought you got raptured, Brother David, because I saw lightning outside and then you were gone. And I was like, shit, I got left behind. Me and Brother Andre got left behind. And then I start seeing people comment. I'm like, that nigga got left behind. That nigga got left behind. That nigga.
Oh, man. Oh, this is it. This is the big one.
Y'all ready for a couple more verses?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
All right. Luke 6. (46 through 48). Kevin Pitt, shalom, shalom. Shalom and honor to the husband and head of Shalom Israel. I honor you, sir. She said, thank you for your answer. My husband is watching right now also. He is approving me, asking questions. He is monitoring me. Woo! Bless you, my brother.
That's what I'm talking about. Yes, sir.
That's what I'm talking about. Man, men being men. I ain't gonna let you listen to a bunch of dudes on the internet unless I can say, yeah, you do it. They all right.
And I ain't apologetic about it. That's
Right.
Here's what it is.
She's his possession.
Yep, his property.
Man.
Hallelujah.
That bless you, brother. I honor you. Man. All right, Luke 6:46. These are the words of Yahshua. That's right, T. Hagen. Men being men. Love it. Love it. Ain't no way no man gonna slip into that house. And it says, and why call ye me master, master, and do not the things which I say? Whosoever cometh to me and say and heareth my saying and doeth them, I will show you to whom he is like. He is not. So, men, if you read this word and do it, this is what you're like. Women, if you hear the word and do it, this is what you are like. He is like a man which built a house and diggeth deep and laid the foundation on a rock. And when the flood arose, the stream beat vehemently upon that house and could not shake it, for it was founded upon a rock. But he that heareth and doeth not is like a man that without a foundation built a house upon the earth, against which the stream did beat vehemently, and immediately it fell, and the ruin of that house was great.
Man.
Men, if you don't do this word, sisters, if you don't do this word, you can build up something really extravagant looking. As soon as the waters raise and the wind blows, your house, what you built, what you think that you were doing in the spirit, is going to fall. Guaranteed.
Great ruin.
You have to be a doer, a producer of this book. If not, it's going to fall. It doesn't matter what it is. It's going to fall. So if you're all in the spirit, believe me, that's going to fall because you're not doing. You're not producing. Does the book say, sisters, be in the spirit and don't get married? Or do you see over and over again it tells you to get married? Brothers, does the Bible say, be in the spirit and give an inheritance to your leaders? Or does it say a good man lays up his inheritance for his children's children? That's for you to determine. You can talk shit all day long. It still says children's children. You can call me a blasphemer. It still says children's children. You can call me a liar. It still says children's children. You can say he ain't even with us. It still says children's children. You can say don't eat up other tables. Guess what, nigga? It still says children's children.
That's it. We here now.
That's what it says.
That's what it says.
Bro, that you want to say? I look like you want to say something.
No, I just said that's what it says. It is written. Past tense.
It is written.
And he ain't changing it up for no, depending on what elder such and such want to say it says. It's just based on what Yah says, and that's it. Or Yeshua said. That's it.
And you know what? It's so simple. I don't even have to dive into other stuff to explain it to you.
That's it.
Because it says what it. I don't. There you go.
No twister. Hold over here and twist and turn to that verse and put your toe over there and then turn to this one. Put it all together and you see what I'm saying? Like, hell no, I don't see what you're saying. That's confusing as hell. Why can't we just read what it says?
And then you can see the example multiple times through generations of our forefathers, of men leaving an inheritance, of women being in submission, subjection. That's not something that I don't have to go and find the one. Well, what about Deborah? That's like we said last week. Didn't Israel have a 12-year-old king? So if you're Deborah, an 8-year-old king, shouldn't we just be calling kings that are young men and under the age of 15 years old and calling them king?
No, sir.
No, it's foolish. The Bible says, Don't give your preeminence over to anybody. Don't give your power over to your wife, your friend, your children, nobody. Is that not what the book says?
That's what it
the
says.
book.
That's what it says. So
Hallelujah.
you can try to twist an accountant acts and leave out certain words and misinterpret certain words so you can get people to give you your shit. That's cool. If it works for you, hey.
Hey,
But at
one
least
day
be
we'll
honest
all
enough to
stand
tell.
before our maker.
Because I know one thing, y'all never told me to take people's shit and build something for Israel.
Either. Damn.
Hey, have everybody forcibly give you their stuff and then make it for Israel. But meanwhile, they better give it to you.
Whew.
I'm just saying. I read, my job is to help my brothers, raise my family, care for my family, and you know what? This may sound selfish to some of y'all, but it actually tells you to care for your family first.
Yep.
Hey,
You don't
something
believe
that's
me?
wisdom.
Let's go to the book of Sirach. Sirach, Ecclesiasticus, for those of you who don't know, chapter 29, verse 20. Help thy neighbor according to thy power, and beware that thou thyself fall not into the same.
Damn.
So it don't say give everything away. It says help them according to my power, according to how I can help, I can help. If that means that I help with information, if that means I help by encouragement, if that means I help by money, if that means I help by, you only help according to your power.
After
Not
you have given
to,
all.
what was that?
After you have given all.
No.
And you don't have to feel bad about the extent that you're what level of power you have to help, because you
Yes,
Right.
know you are living the book. I don't care what brother such and such was able to do. Hallelujah, that was within his power to do, I presume.
Brother Alex
But that's
said that's
outside of
what the
my.
corner, right, Brother Alex said that's what the corner of your field is for, not the whole field. The Torah,
Hey, it didn't
where in
say
the
give him your
Torah
field.
right, where in the Torah do you see give what you have to everybody? Give it to your leaders. Where do you see that in the law? And I don't want to hear no shit of, well, it's a better way. Where does it say that at? What I see in the
Better
book is
for
the
who?
people were zealous and gave. It doesn't mean that those of us that don't are selfish. You're selfish. They ain't trying to build Israel. Well, actually, yes, we are, because we're telling each one of you men, get some land.
Yes, sir.
Prepare for your house. Prepare for your family. You don't have to give it to me. I don't want it. I don't want your shit, because I don't want to stand before the king and the king's looking at me like, why'd you take homeboy shit? Well, I ain't, no. And if people don't like me, want to talk shit, go ahead and talk shit. Technically, if you're here listening, maybe you're here to learn. Because I know, honestly, you could not possibly be here because you're just here to listen to a bunch of shit that you don't like so you can get frustrated and go talk about us. Certainly, you can't be that much of a pussy. Certainly.
Red Wing Special.
Hey, I got a question. Didn't Abraham buy some land even for burial? Y'all was so concerned with him having even land for burial?
Man.
And I think that land was offered to him for free. And he said, no, I'll give you what it's worth.
Yes, sir.
Brother David, where's that verse on preeminence? Let's find that verse real quick.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait a minute. How about this, brothers? Sirach chapter 33. You see why they want this book out of the Bible? It's not just the Roman Catholics. It's these Hebrew so-called leaders also. They don't want this book in the Bible. Verse 19, give not thy son and wife, thy brother and friend, power over thee while thou livest. And listen to this, and give not thy goods to another. How much more plain does it have to be?
Unless he's an elder.
Give not thy goods to another.
What? Wait, hold on. Unless he's the leader of Israel, modern day.
Give not thy goods to another.
Any other.
Lest it repent thee.
Oh, man. And we know it, dude. You can't argue against this book. Y'all niggas know it's repented you. Just say it. Just come clean. This is your come to Yeshua moment. Father, I repent for this foolishness that I let this nigga dupe me into doing.
And I want my land back.
I want it back. That's my children's land. And I let him talk me out of it. Woo.
So far we have quite a few verses versus a couple of verses in Acts. We have Sirach, we have the Torah, a couple of verses in Acts. Let's continue. As long as thou livest and hast breath in thee, give not thyself over to any. Now check this. It says, as long as thou livest and hast breath in thee, give not thyself over to any. So if you're giving yourself over to somebody else, apparently you dead.
Man, I think I'm still breathing. Okay, I'm good.
No, Pop, go, mommy. Pop, go, mommy.
So we can just say, hey, it ain't personal. I'm just still breathing.
You own it. I'm still alive.
Yeah, I'll keep the preeminence over here. I'm still breathing.
I'm good. For better it is.
Pastor.
More,
Bishop,
Mr. 500,
whatever.
Mr. $500 will buy you will put you on a waiting list to possibly have a piece of land, maybe one day. And guess who the ones that fell for that? Sisters, independent single sisters who got wet over the idea that they were going to have their own piece of land and be independent and serving y'all by themselves.
Man.
For better it is that thy children should seek to thee. Men, are your children seeking to you, or are they seeking to other men?
Y'all better listen.
For better it is that thy children should seek to thee than that thou shouldest stand to their courtesy. And all thy, listen to this, men. Listen, if you got ears, listen. In all thy works, keep to thyself the preeminence. Leave not a stain in thine honor, which means when you give up your preeminence, men, your honor is stained. In other words, you are low-key becoming a bitch. At the time when thou shalt end thy days, that's you, men, and finish thy life, distribute thine inheritance. Now, what does it say? It's somebody else's job to do it for me. When you look at the forefathers of old, remember when they were about to die, they sat their children down and they basically downloaded everything that they knew and have learned to their children in their last couple months. And they distributed their inheritance. Today, some of you men, all over the world, ain't got no inheritance to distribute. Why? Because somebody else is giving it up. Now,
Man.
how much more clear is this book? Do you need any other clues? Do two verses in Acts change what this says? Do two verses in Acts change what the book says?
No, sir.
When it says, leave the edges of your field, men, which means you men have to have a field.
Yes, sir.
You have to have some
Man.
land to have a field so that you can bless Israel, which means that you're in a position where you don't have a field, it's going to be hard for you to bless Israel.
And I might add, and that's assuming that you had the fortitude and the wisdom to know what it's talking about here. You also would have had to then do something with that field and actually put in some work to the extent that you actually were producing something that you could harvest for yourself and your family and leave the corners for those who was prescribed for you to leave too.
Man.
He even goes specific enough to say, don't go through the field twice. Once you go through and gather it, leave the rest for everybody else.
So that's assuming or prescribing also, hey, it's not enough just to have land.
You got to get to work.
It's not enough just, that's it. It's not enough just to be Hebrew, first step. That's not enough. Or stranger. That's not enough. It's not enough to be Hebrew or stranger with some land.
Right.
You also then have to be a doer, not a hearer only.
You have to produce.
You have to produce.
Woo!
And you actually believe what you read to the point that it has motivated you to get off your ass and get something done. Produce something in that field so you can have corners that you can leave, that you can not go through it the second time. Notice that you have to at least go through it the first time, though, which means you have to then go and sow something that you can come back and come through the first time and reap.
Hallelujah.
So you can't be lazy.
Man.
We in the book.
Yes, sir.
I see some excellent comments. Sister Rhonda Holt said, are the women and men who live on a pastor's land his male and female servants? Yes.
Absolutely.
According to the Torah, according to the law, yes. Which is why you can't get married for a lot of these ministries and churches and assemblies and camps and all that, which is why you can't get married unless you go to who? Not the father. You have to go to the leadership because, and that's why when you have to get his blessing, the master of the land's blessing, which is why when the man leaves, what does the wife do? Does she go with him?
Stays.
She stays. That's
she
the Torah.
And her children.
That's the law. She and the children will stay and be given to another man. That's the law. That's what the Torah says you have to do. That's the book. Whenever men live on another man's land, and you know you're a servant, because if you're not a servant, go cut down a tree because you don't like it there. See what happens.
Right. Dig a hole in this area because you felt like you wanted a hole where the driveway is.
Drive your car and park your car wherever you feel like it because it's your land, right? We're all the same, right? Shalom Israel said, I never see the people who say we should have all things in common go over to the scriptures and Torah. They never will. Sister, brother, they never will. They will always stay in that account in Acts because the Torah doesn't say it. They'll try and twist and, the Bible says that, you should treat your brother. They will do that. But they will never go to the Torah to say, where'd you bring me? Where'd you get that from?
Right.
So you're saying that you're living a better way of faith because you're doing that. Prove it to me. Because that sounds like a lot of opinion to me. Because I don't see anywhere in the book where it says you're living a better version of the faith.
Not only does it sound like opinion, it sounds like a whole lot of anti-Messiah statements, anti-biblical thought processes. Because I know the Father told me I am to have an inheritance for my children's children. And so I know I can't both have that and give that away to you.
Yes. And she finished it off, or the brother finished it off. It's like they don't want the people to know the law. That's it.
Roman Catholicism all over again. Hey, you're not equipped enough to handle this book. I.e., don't do your own Bible study, man.
Right.
I know some of y'all done heard this stuff now. That's why we in here. You're not wise enough to do your own Bible study. In fact, if I'm not studying it and teaching it to you, don't you pick up this book and read it for yourself. That's nothing but the Pope 3.0.
Damn.
Leave what you lost and get away from that wicked stuff while you still can. Because that is a man pinning on you a Red Wing special. I.e., to put it another way, he has now made you his bitch.
Ooh. Ain't no man gonna tell me what I can and can't buy with money that I made.
Right.
If I decide to go out there and buy 1,000 Reese's Pieces peanut butter cups and smear them on my face, it ain't none of your damn business. Now, is it wise? No, it's not wise. It's stupid, in fact. But why are you over there riling up in arms because of something that I did? Why are you in my business so much? Don't you got business of your own? Why are you on my channel, in fact? How about this? Get the fuck off the channel. Go do you. How was that so hard? We got niggas running around. We gotta check everybody's channel to make sure they ain't talking about us. Nigga, if you live in the faith, then they gonna talk about you.
Right.
Yes,
I accept that. So I understand that y'all gonna talk shit about me. You gonna say I'm this, you gonna say I'm that. I don't give a shit. I ain't giving a shit for I don't know how long.
Hey, let me take a very small pool sample size poll here. Brother Chris and Brother Andre, how much time do y'all spend going to other channels to see if these ministries are talking about us? How many hours a week?
0.
How many
Not
hours
only
a
is it
year?
zero, not only is it zero, brother, but because I'm about my family and the brothers that are truly walking this faith out, I don't even have time.
None. 0. No time. We don't spend not even hours. I could have reduced that to seconds. I don't go to these other folks' channels. If they say Brother Chris and Brother Andre and Brother David is blah, 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 hey, I'm going to sleep soundly tonight because I don't give a shit what any of them or you have to say. Not one. I love that shirt from Brother Andre. 0 given. None. Not 1 second's worth.
I say in my family all the time, I don't give a fuck. Not 1 fuck, not 2 fucks, not 3 fucks. I don't give a single fuck about what you're saying. Because apparently you have some sort of infatuation. If what I was saying wasn't true, you wouldn't have to defend it.
Right. That's
you
what
would just keep
right
moving
there.
on.
Niggas get
How
mad
many Christian channels do you see these cats going on?
There it is. That's where it is. Now,
so why do you feel you gotta defend yourself? Go ahead, brother.
Some folks getting mad because your pocketbooks are getting affected. Some brothers are waking up and saying, wait a minute, you mean this book says that I should keep myself in the place of preeminence? You mean that Yah meant it when he said I should have an inheritance for my children's children? And these brothers are telling the truth when they're telling me I can't both give all that I have over to you and still be pleasing to Yah by having an inheritance for my children's children? You mean they're telling me the truth when they're saying you have essentially and functionally made me into your servant? That's why folks get mad. You're not mad at me. You're just mad because we're telling the truth. You're mad because we have said, hey, no, he's just acting like the Pope. You actually are wise enough to pick up this book and read it for yourself and decipher it for yourself. It really was for you. You don't have to go through the New Age Pope, i.e. Pastor such and such, Elder Bishop Moray such and such. You can just read it for yourself and do it. Not hear it only, but do it.
Hey, check this out, brothers. Brother Lamar, can I put you on the spot real quick? Check this out. Y'all don't even know about this yet. I just want to make sure I get his permission. Brother Lamar, can I ask you a question real quick, brother? I want to make sure I get his okay. All right. Brother Lamar, when you were living in Indiana, how much money did you make an hour? Watch this, brothers. It's a little
And
bit of
we
a
still
delay.
breathing too, by the way, while we waiting on Brother Lamar. We still breathing. I.e., I
Yes,
say
sir.
that to say this. Niggas, we not worried about none of y'all's opinion because we still breathing. So at where I'm at, I am in the place of preeminence on this land. Where Brother Andre is at, he is in the place of preeminence at Shalom.
Yes,
Brother Chris
sir.
is at in the place of preeminence on the rock. And until Yah sees fit to change that, because these bodies are now cold and no longer having breath in them, that's what it is.
Hey,
All right. Hey,
and after
hey, wait. Brother Andre, check this out. He made $11 an hour, right? Brother Lamar, you just got hired for a job. And you moved in what Yah had you move in. You don't have to say the exact amount. But what's the roundabout about what you're making an hour now? Check this out, brothers. Now, he knows that he's going to go through the fire. He knows that he's still going to have trials and tribulations and things to test him. But check this out. He called me to tell me his testimony. I was like, oh, shit. He moved in faith.
With lightning speed, too, by the way, I might add.
yeah, I ain't never seen a man get across all them 40K a year.
He going to make over 40K a year at his new job.
Yeah.
That's a lot more than $11 an hour.
Yes, sir.
That's a lot more than $11 an hour.
Hey, he moved.
So when
do y'all remember the day he was leaving? That Negro went across several states quick. Like
yes,
lightning.
sir.
And that's the thing when you serve Yah. When you serve Yah, you're always going to have niggas that sit back and talk. But here's what's going to happen. And it happened to me. It's happened to so many other brothers and sisters who've been from different camps, ministries, assemblies. As you start being successful, motherfuckers stop talking about you. Suddenly, your success is heaping hot coals on their head. So they're going to have to nitpick you now. Well, look at his wives. They're wearing collars. Nah, trick. It's called chokers. Look them up.
Bam.
Look them up. You see, you can't phase somebody that's set in Yah. You can come by and talk shit all day long. That's what a lot of these niggas is good at. They're good at
Brother Chris,
talking shit. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
On. You mean, hold on. I'm just gonna dive on there. I don't give a shit. We finna dive on there. Hold on. You mean you didn't get Sister Ebony or Sister Lydia by taking other niggas' money and then promising them and providing them with some Benzes and all of this sort of stuff, trying to act like you big balling or whatever, but you just doing this shit on some other niggas' money. That ain't how you was rolling? I didn't think so.
Nope.
Now we good. We'll just keep breathing and stay in the place of preeminence where we at. We'll just stay in the book.
In fact, I tell y'all brothers, we tell y'all brothers all the time, don't send us your money. Keep in preeminence of your cash.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Get yourself out. Buy yourself some land. Get yourself a homestead going. Grow some food. Take care of your family. If I need money, praise Yah. You can watch the ads, or I can go to work and get my ass a job. But I don't need your money to fund me.
Yes, sir.
That's why I don't have a Patreon. I don't have a $1 amount or a $100 amount. Because I'm not about to sit here and tell y'all it's only $1 a month. If you can't afford $1 a month, then you need another job. Because I was that nigga at one point in time that couldn't afford $1 a month. Where $1 was a lot.
Hey,
so I ain't going to tell you that. Go ahead, brother.
Brother David just mentioned about being in high rank, superiority, preeminence. And I was gonna say the funny thing about that, even when we die, we still won't be releasing our preeminence to nobody else other than, watch this, son. Woo!
Yes,
Still,
sir.
still in the family. Son. Not
Yes,
some other
sir.
rogue Negro. That shit is
Mm-mm.
crazy.
He will
Sister
have
Rhonda,
my last name.
Yes,
Sister
sir.
Rhonda said, "Why would it matter if they wore chokers? I thought they were under your authority, your rule." Sister Rhonda, but for some men who don't mind trespassing, they think that they have the authority to come to my house, my channel, and try to clown my wives in my house. I don't ever go to nobody else's channel and talk about what they doing in their house with their wives, but they felt the need to come to my, because hey, they have the authority, I guess. Well, how about this authority? Where in the fuck in the Bible does it say that they can't wear them? Where's the sin?
You won't
Last
find.
time I checked, it wasn't. Last time I checked, it wasn't under Yah's authority where you can snatch another man's wife. Last time I
Nope.
checked, Yah never authorized that. He just simply called that adultery. But I digress.
Yes, sir.
It's that shit.
We
And I play it off. You know, I say, hey, this is what dudes do. Apparently, if you hitting on something, they have to come to your channel and talk shit. They have to sit in the backdrop and listen. Because I see y'all, there's apps out there that tell you when people log on and log off. There's apps out there that show you that. So I know people be sitting in the backdrop watching, so you can go report to somebody else, because that's how y'all
crazy.
niggas run.
We ain't that important.
Mm-mm.
Carry on with your life. Keep
Right.
Yes,
yourself
sir.
in your place of preeminence.
Yes,
In
sir.
fact,
You'll
I'm
sleep
glad that
better.
you're so I'm glad that you're so fucking observant, because the picture on the front of that stream showed what? The chokers. Every video that I've done on this land has showed what? The
Man,
chokers.
I love Brother Alex's comment right here. Why are they even looking at your wives?
Man,
That's a really good question. I'll leave it right there. Some folks be on the creep though.
I don't look at no other man's wives in that way. If a woman's doing something in another man's house, guess what? That's their possession. It ain't none of my business.
Same here, brother. Yep.
It's his. This is how we roll according to this book. The book says, let's go there. Sirach chapter 36. Listen to this, brothers. Sirach chapter 36. Listen to this, sisters, before you let another man come into your house. And understand, I have no intention of ever overstepping my bounds into a man's house. That's why we always say,
Jesus.
sisters, before you even listen to what we say, go to your husband. Sirach chapter 36, verse 24. He that getteth a wife beginneth a possession, a help like unto himself, and a pillar of rest. Why are you talking about my pillar of rest? Why are you worried about what I'm doing with my possession? Don't you have your own possessions? Don't you have your own? So why are you worried about what I do with mine? I don't go to a nigga and be like, hey, why you put rims on your car? Go ahead, brother.
Because there are some, and I'll have to find it here in a minute, so I'll paraphrase this in the same book. Now, there are some who, though they have plenty of food in their own house, would much rather come to your house and eat off of your table, eat up all of your food, not because they need it, but just because they're greedy.
Mm.
I venture to say, and from things that we've heard, some men are the same way about women. It wouldn't matter if you have one or two or however many. Some men are just, their wants are insatiable. And that ain't the problem. But the problem comes when your morals become so deprived and against this word that you're willing to take that which belongs to another brother, another man.
Mm.
I have to wonder if that has something to do with it, in terms of why the frustrations of what the wives at the Rock are doing. Because you know what? I ain't never had that problem. Well, the old sisters over there, blah, 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 blah.
My sisters have the wives on my channel have been on this channel for years. Many people have asked questions on why they wear it, and we have forthrightly answered it. So I really wonder, what's your motive? What's your problem? Are you so, Brother Alex said coveting is a no-go. Do you have such a problem with what I'm doing? Are you so bound up with anger and hate that you have to go somewhere else because I'm speaking? If you are doing what Yah's will is, then it shouldn't bother you. Right?
Hey,
I
some
mean,
folks
shit,
need to breathe. Some folks
this
might just
channel,
need to take a deep breath. But to do that, hey, you might have to wear some looser apparel so you have some breathing room. Just breathe a little bit. Let some oxygen get to your brain and help you think.
I don't understand this shit. I have a channel with 6,000 people on my channel. The people that be watching this channel have hundreds of thousands of people. Why are you fucking worried about somebody with 6,000? My channel is puny. Go do what you're doing.
And I got some guns too, but I don't have to wear. I don't wear my son's shirt to just try to make sure everybody is seeing what I got under it. I just, you know. Oh,
the thing is that we strive for peace so much. We have people that come to us and ask us brothers questions about other things that they hear, that they lived, that they went through, or what they were taught. So apparently they're coming to here because they want to hear what the Bible says. So we tell them what the Bible says, and people get so aggravated and upset. Aren't these the same people that have no problem blasting other people all day long? They have no problem blasting people. But you say something about their dog, they'll call people bitches and soft and this and that and this and wicked, and they going straight to hell. They ain't got no problem saying that shit. But when somebody comes and these people are supposed to just swallow it. Finally, when somebody steps up and says something according to the word, there's a problem.
I would just bleed a book plus nothing.
Yes, sir.
Hey, and guess what? Some women love chokers. I hear so I just peruse the comment on here. Some women would love to wear a choker. So hey.
I think some people need to really understand the difference between a choker and a collar.
Right.
A choker and a dog collar, because they always got to make sure, you got to put those words in there. Hey, they got dog collars.
Yeah.
You trying too hard.
Yep. Now, they're not dog collars. It ain't no bitches over there.
No.
Nope. Might be some in, I'll leave the state out. It might be some in said location elsewhere. It starts with a T and it ain't Texas. But it ain't no bitches out the Rock.
Sister Rhonda
I don't know
said,
if it is or it ain't, because I don't live there.
She said, I just thought it was up to the man that is what his wife wears, does, etc., unless they are servants. They are servants in the Bible. I have much to learn. Sister, what you said was right.
You're right on, sister.
You're right.
That's 100%. Apparently, once you get to certain levels or operate in a state of oxygen depravity, then Yah's word no longer matters. It's no longer the deciding ruling factor. But that's not the case for you, and you are correct.
So I don't have a problem. There are women who wear earrings. I ain't got a problem with it. There are women that wear all sorts of things in this faith. I ain't
Yes,
got
sir.
a problem with that. You want to know why? Because I believe in the law of not trespassing into another man's house. That's
Hey,
kind of
let's
hard
give
to understand. It's kind of hard to understand when everybody lives with you. But I understand what it means to not trespass into another man's house. Nor do I trespass into another man's channel. So if I know a man's going to talk shit on me, I don't go there so that I don't have to get into this shit. I don't go
'Cause it don't
places
matter.
to hear shit
Right.
to get mad about it.
Brother Chris, let's give an example of that. So your wives wear collars or chokers, however one would want to put them. They're not dog collars because there ain't no dogs over there at the rock. I'll reiterate that again. There might
Yes,
be
sir.
some over in some other locations with a T, and I ain't talking about Texas, but nonetheless, they're not dogs, female dogs at the rock. Okay, Brother Andre, do your wives wear chokers?
No, sir.
My wives don't
Really?
wear chokers. Now, Brother Chris, do your wives wear nose piercings?
Nope.
Brother Andre, does your wives or wife wear nose piercings?
Yes, sir.
And one of mine does and one doesn't. So now, hold on. Let me just stop. Did that mean we just broke
Heathen.
fellowship? Hold on. We ain't
You're
brothers no more,
heathens.
right?
I can no longer fellowship with y'all.
What?
Did I come to the rock? Like, hey, brother, why you got these women over here in some chokers and dog collars? Have Brother Andre, have I ever came to the rock or asked you like some crazy ass questions like that?
No, sir.
Brother Andre,
That ain't
I
none
can
of
speak for
my
myself.
business.
Right. I can speak for myself, but you tell me, Brother Chris ever came to you like, niggas, why your wife got a hole in her nose with this such and such? Don't you know that's wicked or whatever? Have you heard any of that from Brother
No,
Chris?
sir.
Interesting. Neither have I. I say interestingly, I'm being facetious. Is just pretty much the book straightforward because we understand the laws of trespassing. We actually have nuts and we live like it.
Yes, sir.
We don't walk around here like we're gender confused, operating like women but calling ourselves men and females,
Shit.
or whatever the case. We just live being a man in all areas of life, and that includes letting other men dictate what goes on within their house, understanding that this brother is living and keeping the law, and what he commands for his possessions is his business because that's his possession, just as what I command for my possession is my business because that's mine. But it's interesting that these same folks or types of folks will have no problem breaking hedges to even try to come through and talk to your possession without you being present.
Wow.
That's how these jokers operate.
Brother Andre, you remember
Yes,
when
sir.
you said that you want your wives to take off their earrings when they were coming to the rock? You remember that?
Yes, sir.
What did I say? What did I say?
You said, nigga, you don't have to be doing all that. That's your stuff. And I remember I told you I was just doing it because nobody there. I know you have rules. I was coming to your land. I said, but where we at, I said they be earring down, Jack. And you said,
And
well, ain't
now,
no need of you changing.
and when you come here, what do they be wearing?
Earrings, nose ring.
Now, mine don't. So because for me, that would even be trespassing to be like, hey, brother, stop being in preeminence of your wives for me. I don't need you to take off your wife's earrings or nose rings. That's your house. You repping you. I respect that as a man. And I love
Yes,
that
sir.
as a man. And I love my brothers enough. Now, it'd be one thing if his wives would walk around in thongs. I'd be like,
Then
hey,
you have,
brother.
yeah, that's disrespect.
Right. Right.
Brother
But to
Frank,
say,
what is a bangle? I'm not familiar with that. Sorry, go ahead, Brother
it's
Chris.
those wrist things.
Oh, okay. Hallelujah, brother.
Right. And when Brother Frank came here and his wife had a bangle, I wasn't like, hey, brother, we don't wear jewelry. That's offensive to me. You want to know why it's not offensive to me? Because I ain't weak. Because if my wives are mine, they ain't gonna look at a bangle and be like, well, I want one. Why can't I have one? I want a bangle too. I want earrings, nose rings, and a bangle. They ain't gonna say that. Because my wives know who they belong to. Brother Andre's wives know who they belong to, and his daughter. Brother David's wives and his daughters know who they belong. There ain't no confusion, so I ain't got to clean nothing up.
Yes, sir.
The Bible said, let all things be done decently and in order. It's order for me to let a man be the head of his household, even if it's on my land. Because he ain't crossing over nothing that's offensive to me.
Hallelujah.
And my wives can go talk with him. They talk every first day. All of our wives talk every first day. Fellowship for hours. And they all wear what they wear. Y'all might be blown out to hear. Do you know that some of them don't even have their head coverings on? In fact,
man.
all of them, when they're talking amongst each other, they're not wearing head coverings.
No.
So while they're talking, me and the brothers are having our own conversation where we are. We ain't sitting there with our scope on the door trying to make sure they don't say nothing wrong. We talking. They talking.
Hey, this will mess them up too. I know on my side of the tracks, and I'm sure it's happening in other places with amongst us. But I remember a few weeks, well, maybe a month or two ago, Amy wasn't feeling well. Guess what? They said, well, what you gonna do? What you want us to do about the car? I said, well, y'all niggas can still sit up in the bed and do the call. They sat in one. Watch this now. I'm gonna mess you up. They sat in my bed, in my room, both of them, next to each other on the call, without a head covering on. That would blow people up. What? They sat in the bed together? Yeah, they did.
We got to get off
Talking
the
to
stream
other
right here
sisters.
because y'all brothers y'all are too far removed. I can't even.
You can't deal with us no more, bro.
Yeah.
That's how crazy that religious spirit is. That's what I told my people. These your sisters. So what? Your head uncovered. Me and Brother David and Brother Chris ain't in the background with a microscope or a telescope looking to see who don't have their head covering. Shit, we talking about that stuff.
We don't make it a habit to talk about people. And since we're not making the habit of digging up shit on people so we can talk about them, we can have brotherhood.
Yes, sir.
Like Brother Frank just said, if I want my wife, check this out, brothers and sisters. If I want my wife to have a ball gag, that's my choice. Meaning, Brother Frank's choice. I don't sit back and be like, he wicked because she got a ball gag in her mouth. You know what I say? That's his possession.
That's his possession.
Yep. Oh,
that's his possession. What does that got to do with me?
Nothing.
If you spend your time walking around trying to judge every other nigga you see, this is why we have such fucked up brotherhoods. And the only way to have a brotherhood is if y'all the bitches and I'm the alpha. That's brotherhood.
And in case anybody thinks that we are off topic, no, we're not. This is right on because this is the book plus nothing and nothing else matters. Put another way, I don't care if you're elder, pastor, I don't care if your YouTube has 6,000 or 100 and something thousand. I don't care if your state is Tennessee or Texas or Israel or wherever the hell else on this earth it is. I don't care about any of that sort of stuff. To the extent that you are in the book, hallelujah. And when you want to start going off of the book and commanding others outside of that, hey, I'm not with it. And it's just that simple. Because I know this. I am going to keep myself in the place of preeminence for me and my household, for this family here. I'm not trying to be the place of preeminence at the Rock or at Shalom or any other ministry place. My authority stops right here at the gates of my property. My authority stops for my family outside of my family. That's it. With each family member, regardless of where we're at, they are under my authority. Period.
Yes,
Wherever
sir.
we're at. But I'm never going to Shalom to say, hey, well, I'm here, so now you all are doing things the Burdick's way. Or I'm going to the Rock, hey, we're here, so that's craziness. I don't believe that everybody who's Israel needs to be right here on my place. Because that's just crazy.
And to even think that you could go to somebody else and try to clown them shows you have a fucked up way of thinking.
Yep.
Anywhere and everywhere I go, everybody's supposed to bow down and be fearful and scared of me.
And we ain't.
Huh?
I'll just say it straight up. We ain't. I know folks
Nah.
out hitters. Hey, I ain't even here to get into none of that because none of it matter. But I'll just say this: I'm not losing a second of sleep.
No, sir.
And I know, we know,
Hitters be everywhere.
some of y'all,
Hitters are right here in the Ozarks too. Hitters are in Florida too.
Yes, sir.
we already know that some of y'all, this is what y'all like. Y'all can have a whole sermon. I'll never know. Like I said, the only reason we know some of this shit is because people tell us. Because I ain't got
Or
time.
just show up to the channel. Which is,
Right.
I mean, how crazy. I can't say it no other way. That's just really, that seems like a Jane of James type of situation.
Yes,
Because I
sir.
would never do that. I'm secure in my manhood. We'll just stay here. And whatever other folks are talking about on their channel, hey, that ain't got nothing to do with me. Those who enjoy that
Right.
content, let them slide over there and listen. I'll never
Right.
lose an ounce of sleep. I'm
Right.
not going to go over there and peep on what they talking about. I won't be tuning in tomorrow morning.
People come onto the channel and people go. And guess what? It is what it is. I don't sit back and say, oh shit, I lost 10 people. Oh, my numbers are dropping. I'm not worried about that. We ain't worried about that.
Nope.
We got families. We got children.
Everything.com. Just saying.
What does the book, and I guess some people ain't just, they ain't used to this. They used to people like, oh my gosh. You should be scared. Real scared.
For what?
Be fearful.
Yah is my shield and my buckler.
Buckler.
That's Yeshua. That's Yah. That's not pastor, elder, moray, such and such.
I always
just
say,
Yah and Yeshua.
we can always have our Mount Carmel experience.
Hey, because we live in this book. To the best of our ability, that's what we're doing. We're living this book. And if anyone believes otherwise, or anyone is so offended by what we're saying, because again, we're not sitting here talking about David's opinion, Andre's opinion, Chris's opinion. If we are, you'll know, because that's exactly what we'll tell you. I've done it before. We've done it before. Hey, this is not the book. This is my opinion. Blah, 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 blah. Otherwise, when we're saying, hey, you ain't got to give your property, your deed, your stuff to nobody. Hey, that ain't my opinion, nigga. That's the book. I stand on that on threat of death. That's what it is. So what do I have to be afraid of? I have full confidence and hope and expectancy in my maker, my creator, my shield and my buckler, my defense. And I don't care how many hitters an individual may have. You can't out hit Yah. So I can be a hitter or not. I ain't got to worry about that. I won't have to lift a finger. I know who I belong to. I'm confident in that.
Yes, sir.
That wasn't even a point for us to get on this, but hey, obviously it was for a reason. We here. So we not going to be punked or scared or threatened or whatever else to comply with somebody else's fictitious concepts of what they want to have other folks believe this book says. I don't give a damn what kind of congregation you have. I'm not kissing your ring or your toe, Pope. I'm not. I'm just going to stand here and tell the truth. Hey, man, guess what? You don't need to give that nigga or nobody else your stuff. You keep yourself in the place of preeminence. You go to your own land, establish your own family. Don't be a servant. Don't be a servant to any person in ministry. Because the reality of the situation is, according to this book, that's what you are when you put yourself in that place. Don't do it.
And
if
I'll
that's
say this.
offensive or hurt somebody's feelings, I would say sorry, but I'm not gonna stand here and lie. I don't give a shit. It is what it is. I'm just telling you what the book says. That's it.
Adherency, bless you, brother. Bless you. It was good to have you here, brother. Hallelujah. I'll say this.
Shalom, brother.
What's got y'all so riled up? Again, it's 6, and I'm gonna be as absolutely real as I possibly can. Okay, the cool brothers.
Yes, sir.
For those who are listening, is it cool if I just say this real quick? Yes or no? Just yes or no. Ebony, can I get the next one?
Go for it.
I want to make sure we get a couple witnesses because I'm gonna count us as one witness. I need somebody else. I'm gonna be real with y'all, and I'm gonna come straight from the book. All right, y'all said it. The only time I've ever seen people act like that is when Saul was afraid that David was about to take his spot.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
Man, that's heavy.
Saul made every attempt to try and discredit and destroy David. Because Saul already knew that he was being replaced as king.
Man.
And I'm not saying that I'm David, but I do be worrying about people who run around trying to destroy everybody that ain't with them. Are you afraid that a David's about to come? Because if you weren't afraid, you would just keep walking what you're doing. You wouldn't even be worried about the peons.
Yes, sir.
You would just be moving in what you're doing in. I'm not worried about everybody else. I don't care if it is David. I mean, if it is Saul. I'm moving in what I'm supposed to be moving in because I see how the story ended with Saul and David.
Yes, sir.
So I'm trying to figure out why you're so worried about what I'm doing. Why don't you just be you? If you're right, then just cross me off your list and count me as a publican and heathen.
Yep.
Keep going to the book and disproving what I'm saying.
That's it.
You ain't got to worry about it. There's 6,000 subscribers on this channel. And you got so bothered by a channel with 6,000 people that you gotta say shit? What's the fear? And you couldn't even come on and talk about what we're saying. You have to come on and look, they got collars. Collars.
Because it would have been a completely altogether different matter if the individual or any other individuals who may have a problem would have the testicular fortitude and just come in and say, hey, brothers, I really have a problem with this, blah, 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 blah. When y'all said this, I believe you're incorrect or whatever. Hey, I might not agree with you, but I can honor that. I can deal with you respectfully, and we can have some discourse or whatever, offline, online, whatever. I don't have to be offline because I'm not hiding from what I've said. I'm just reading the book. But I can deal with that and handle that in a respectful manner. That is not what took place here, and that's why I have no problem whatsoever stating anything that I said, because I do not see this behavior being indicative of a believer of this book.
Right.
One who adheres to the laws of trespassing.
Yes, sir.
If you had a problem, because notice that we don't say names. Because we're talking about quite a few different people when we say this stuff. We're talking about, so for somebody to get bothered, we say, and that's the problem. We're talking about several different types. People who tried to recruit us, people who wanted us with them. We're talking about a whole litany of people. For somebody, nobody else came on. But one person had to come on, yeah. Brother, what's going on? What's going on? Why are you bothered?
Yeah, I was gonna say we got other folks who was recruiting people for $500. Come on my land, like you said, it was mostly sisters, but still, it's other people that's doing the same thing or running the same type of con jobs on people.
Right.
So we just telling people, hey man, you need to watch out for that. You might want to watch out for that because you being had.
Sister Susan, it was not a child. It was somebody with a big channel. Because I actually was sent clips of them talking about us. somebody part of that group mentioned this channel by name. And they got a big old channel, way bigger than mine. I would say more than almost 3 times bigger than this channel. No, sorry, not 3 times.
Hey, that's all right.
30 times.
We got big old clips.
Yep, 30 times bigger than this channel. And they came here because we challenged the idea of inheritance.
And that's a word
Okay.
in case y'all over there being perverted,
Hold on,
folks
brother.
out there. I'm talking about the word. Big clips.
We really didn't challenge the inheritance. We just read the book and showed them what was in there about it. So if they got beef, they got beef with y'all.
We were asked questions about what the book says about inheritance. So over the course of a couple of months, we hit on inheritance and things like that. Then somebody else came on the channel and said, you're talking about a particular person. We were like, what are you talking about? We're talking about people in general. I guess that person got offended, went and told the principal. Because that's how it goes. Like if a person leaves this channel and goes to another channel, because we've had that happen where people leave this channel and go somewhere else. I'm like, cool. Hey, bless you, brother. But for some reason, when people leave this group, it's always hostile. They're always wicked. They're cut off. They're wicked.
It was
all
like
this
this,
stuff.
Chris. It was like, excuse me, Don, I need to talk to you. I need to tell you about what we got to move on them because they might be they're encroaching on our space. Like, nigga, this ain't the mafia. Relax.
No.
We not trying to steal your product. If you want to, hey, sell this blasphemy to folks all you want to. That's between you and your maker. You know what the book says. And for folks who either are A, dumb enough to believe it, or B, created for that, again, that's between you, them, and your maker, their maker. We're just telling folks that we're just doing what our maker created us to do.
Right.
Which is to hold up this book, read this book, and first and foremost, live it out and allow people the opportunity to see, no, you're lying. That's not what the book says in context. I can keep my property, my deed, my wives, my daughters, myself in the place of preeminence and still still strive to be pleasing in my Father's sight. I can keep striving until the very end while in possession of my deed.
Yes, sir.
That's it. That's what we can do according to this book.
According to the book.
We ain't trying to.
And the thing is,
and fire on nobody.
Right.
I'm just trying to get gangster on the word. That's it.
It's not even us. It's the people that leave these groups with questions. They come and ask us the question. We answer the question, and everybody else is mad. Suddenly the person's wicked now because he says, shit, I want my own things. As Shalom Israel said, if you don't go in the community, you're told you're selfish. Where does it say that in the book?
Cliff Notes, it doesn't.
The Bible tells me, the law of Yah tells me, leave the edges of my field and don't go through a second time. It doesn't tell me if I store food in my storehouse and I have a big storehouse and it's my food that I worked for and I put it in there that I'm wicked. The Bible, the law does not tell me I have to give it to Moses or Aaron or anybody else. It tells me, Kevin Pitts, Shabbat Shalom, and welcome to the channel. It was an honor having you here. The Bible tells us what we are to do. And here's the thing, like the Pharisees, they always get mad at the people that say, hey, you ain't got to do all that. You ain't got to do all that, brothers. You ain't got to do that to be an Israelite. Do what the book says. And when somebody else comes preaching another doctrine, traditions of the elders, traditions of their camps, traditions of their church, traditions of their ministry, traditions of their assembly, You ain't got to do them.
Nope.
Follow Yah. That is
it.
so hard. So what happens is people leave Christianity, they come to the faith, and they come, as Brother David says, Christianity 2 or 3.0.
Yes, sir.
And then when they wake up into that, they say, man.
Hey, a bunch of Hebrew Catholics.
Brother
and now,
Michael,
a bunch of stranger
Shabbat Shalom,
Catholics.
Brother Michael.
Oh, shalom, Brother Michael.
Shalom, Brother Michael. The house of Michael. Hallelujah. We're not even asking you, Brother J. Morris, thank you, brother. For all those that have given today, again, we don't do it for that reason at all. A lot of this money just turns back around and gets added to the stream so that we can have better content, more stable streams.
Yes, sir.
That's where it goes. I'm content being a poor man. I've been poor my whole life. I know I have land, but I'm talking about monetary. Oh, never mind. I'm not poor. Everyone's gonna say you ain't poor, you got land. You're right. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, that's real. Hey, not only
That
land,
is
paid for land.
that is.
Well,
Sister Rhonda said, people were trying to suck me in with their beliefs that I couldn't find in the Bible. That's it. We come from the book, and if it ain't in the book, it may not be right for them to do, but that don't mean it's not right for you to do.
Right. That's it.
Because the law is the defining, the book plus the Yah's law. This plus nothing. I don't need nothing else.
That's it. And I love how you put it in here, because that was really it before the Catholics messed it up. And I'll just put that in there for those who think, oh, well, this is extra. No, it ain't. Just do your research. It was in the original. That authorized King James that so many say they love and they live by. This was part of it until the Roman Catholics took it out. And we can read through there and see why they want to take it out. Just so it would make it easier for stuff like this to happen. For people to come and say, hey, you need to kiss my ring. Don't read this for yourself. Kiss my toe if you want to be part of this faith. But if you got
Sister
folks who are
Susan's
dumbed down and stupid enough to not read it for themselves, hey, that's how you can get by with that. Same trick.
Right.
It's been used for thousands of years.
Right. Ain't nothing new under the sun.
No, sir.
Sister Susan said, Brother Will says they don't have enough on their plate. Get a garden. And if you already have one, make it bigger. Get your mind busy, something good and productive. That's right.
That's it. That's 100%. Yes, sir.
That's why we don't have the time to be going off and doing videos, and we don't got time for all that. I don't even know what people are saying about us three brothers.
Lord,
you want to know why? Because we busy.
Everythingimplements.com.
Yes, sir. Or other similar style places.
Yes, sir.
Get your, hey, I'll just throw this out here. JohnnySeeds.com or HallsTools.com. These are some gardening hand tools, getting yourself moving. Point being, hey, what we're caring about and what we're focused on is producing and equipping ourselves with the tools that will help us to do that on a larger scale as efficiently as possibly. Because when it's all said and done, if my family is full, I don't give a shit what any of these folks have had to say.
Yes, sir.
It won't matter. It will be a non-effect. It's not going to grow one green bean or one corn or potato or but it ain't going to grow nothing on here. Their opinion. Not one plant. What's going to grow that stuff is my efforts, my ability and my knowledge coupled with my effort. My getting off my ass and saying, hey, this is what has to get done, so that's what I'm doing. Ooh. That's what will make it happen. That's what I care about. And, hey, you ain't got to take my word for it. It's in the book.
Yes,
Right
sir.
So for
there.
those of you who may say, "Oh, well, that's so worldly, that's not spiritual," we just hit on it earlier. You're deceived as hell. You don't get any more spiritual than that. Believe in this book enough to know, hey, you have to get out and actually go and do. You have to go and produce. That's your belief in action. That's your faith in action. You believe it so much that you despise and despite all this other stuff that people
Man.
may say and convenience and all this other stuff that, hey, you ain't got to mess with all of that kind of stuff. That's what Walmart's for. That's what these grocery chains and supermarkets are for. Hey, you can believe Pharaoh or you can believe Yah. That's between you and your maker. I can tell you what we believe. We rolling with Yah. The book
Yes,
plus
sir.
nothing.
And you know what? You're not going to just know what we believe by what we say. You'll see it. You will see what we believe. Decan said, you have to read the book yourself. You can't let people read it for you. Man, brother, that's on fire. That was the problem with
100%.
the slaves during slavery time. The
Man.
slave masters would keep reading that verse. Servants, obey your masters. The same way
Yes,
these
sir.
niggas today be like, you better obey them. They have rule over you, and they watch over your soul.
Mm.
Yep.
It's the
No,
same
thank
thing,
you.
right? No, thank you. You're wicked. You heathen. You talking about us. Why is it
But
you so damn soft that every time that we say something that you don't like, we talking about you? That's kind of
need something
fragile.
from one of them. That'll let you know real quick how much they watching over you. Actually have a need. These folks giving all these, thousands, hundreds of thousands in some cases to these ministries or whatever. Yeah, that's cool when you're on the giving end. Mess around and need something. See where they at then. See how much they watching for your soul then. They will watch your flesh
Go talk to
perish.
the people. Go talk to people that left and ask them how much of that
Right.
they got back.
Right. There it
Mm.
is.
Whether it be that Christian church, that ministry, that assembly, go ask them, hey, how much did you get back from what you gave?
And the answer
Hey,
will
I
be the
wouldn't,
same because the playbook is the same.
I wouldn't get it twisted either. Just because somebody is taking care of you when you're on their land, every good landowner took care of the slaves so he can continue on.
Didn't
Just
he?
Right.
say, just being real.
That's
I
real,
know
brother.
people they quick to say, "Oh well, we getting taken good care of." Well, shit, if I had a bunch of slaves running around, I'd take good care of them too, so they can get out there and work the land, so they can bring me their check.
Brother, you done opened up a whole can of worms with that one.
Yes, he did.
Because
That's fire right there.
you are absolutely right, brother Andre. The slave
Yeah,
master always took care of his slaves because how else is he going to get his fields done?
he can't.
Who's going to build his outhouses?
The slaves.
So they always gave them enough nutrients so that they could keep working. And if you don't do what we say, we're going to talk shit on you and blast you until you get back into a point where you just full in obedience again.
Yes,
And they
sir.
kept them dumb enough to not know that the nutrients that they were giving them were always just the scraps of what the master's table came, the scraps from the
Ooh,
master's table. So people are dumbed
man.
down on purpose. People are encouraged or dissuaded from reading this book on purpose. So that you don't know, hey, you're just getting the trimmings from the master's table. All these delicacies and all these good fancy foods now, or so-called sausage and these people that eat these hog legs and pig's feet and all this other stuff. Hey, that stuff only became popular because the slaves made it popular. That wasn't
That's
popular when
right.
the slaves was eating it. The slaves would eat it because that's all that the master gave them. And they dumbed them down
The
from this
chip,
book so they couldn't know, hey, that's
right.
defiling my body.
All the things that these niggas eat today, chitlins, pig's feet, the snout, all that shit was what the master wouldn't eat.
That's
But you
it.
know how niggas be, they know how to take the scraps from Longshank's table and make it into a delicacy.
You
Yes,
have
sir.
to.
So the slaves done took the chitlins, and now we got chitlins in stores. And as Malcolm X said, we still got gut eaters, people who
Yes,
eating the
sir.
innards of the
Man.
pig. calling it good.
Woo.
Because you are too dumb to realize you don't have to sit on the plantation no more. You can get out now. But it's just like the Matrix. What did Morpheus say? Most of these people are hopelessly dependent on the Matrix. If you try that, they in a sense are enemies, because if you try to break them out, they'll fight you.
That's right.
They'll come at you.
Drowning victims.
Hey, you just hit on something else too, really, and that's what we're really telling the women. Present yourself to a man who is in preeminence.
Man,
that speaks volumes in itself. He not in preeminence if he up under some other man. I'm just stating the facts. Unless he up under his father. Listen at that now. Unless he is up under his father. Don't present yourself to no man that ain't in preeminence, having his own land, building his own house, putting in his own garden, having his own relationship with the master. That's what you women should be looking for. Not going to some land and he'll present you to some man, one of his cronies, one of his buddies. Don't do
the sausage party.
There we go. They passing you around and you act like you don't even know it, because they start by passing you around with words. Hey, look at this. Hey, brother, what you think about her? Hey, brother, you want her? They're not looking at those other men who are servants. They're not trying to give those servants a wife and children. They're not trying to do that. They're trying to fatten up themselves, make themselves feel good.
Isn't that what Ezekiel warned about the shepherds? Which is why he said there was one shepherd coming. Didn't he warn the shepherds are fleecing the flock? So that because of that, he was going to send one shepherd. And we know that's Messiah. You see, but if I say that, I'm anti. See, people going to hate. They hated.
We're used to it.
Yep. They hated. Think of how the Pharisees were. They followed. Listen to this, brothers and sisters. This is how a sign you can see of the Pharisees. The Pharisees followed Yeshua around, listening to what they even said at one point in time. This man is full of demons. He's crazy. They followed him around. Think of all y'all brothers. When you leave a camp church ministry, don't they follow you around? Don't they watch to see what you're doing?
Yes, sir.
Years later, they're still following you around?
Man.
They follow Yeshua around too. They want to make sure. They look at him. They picking corn on Shabbat. They'll nitpick you. Look at him. They wearing choke of dog collars. All right, Pharisee. I see you.
Yeah, with your dirty ass
dog
that's
collars
on the outside.
They'll nitpick. They'll send people to you to try and get information about you, to try and find a sin that they can condemn you with. Listen, niggas, I am not perfect and I still fall short. So if you looking for a sin, you ain't gotta look far.
Same here.
A righteous man falls 7 times, but I get back up every single time.
Yes, sir.
Every single time I fall, I get back up.
In fact,
and I say thank you, Father.
It won't take you long at all. Just mess with us and you'll find out real quick. Hey, these niggas, these some short fused niggas over here. So I probably want to keep moving around.
Yep. So do you.
We got some real ones over there.
Yes, sir.
I just, that's the thing, brothers. I try to keep the peace. I try to remain peaceful. But when you cross over to my area and try to talk shit, because I didn't mention your name, and I still ain't going to mention your name.
No, sir.
I didn't mention it. So why were you so hurt, especially considering I wasn't talking about you? I was talking about a lot of other people, including you. But I had enough respect to not say it. If you had a problem like the book said, why didn't you come to me?
That's it. So our admonishment would be, hey, keep yourself keep yourself in a place of preeminence for yourself where you're at. In the same way that understand that that's exactly what we're doing, unapologetically. That's it.
Brother Freight, I don't know where you're going with that one, but I don't know where that one's going, but it sounds funny.
Yeah.
Just keep doing. You ain't gotta supervise me. I'm good. I'm all right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We gonna
I'm
live
right.
the book plus nothing. We just gonna
That's
live
it.
the book and do what we gotta do.
That's it.
And the thing is that we've been doing us brothers. We've been doing this for years. Before y'all met me, you were doing it. Brother David
Yes,
was
sir.
out here first before I was. HOQ was doing polygyny before I was. I gleaned from them.
Vice versa, brother.
But I don't
Yep,
want no
vice
man who's
versa.
going to tell me that if I don't listen to him, or if I don't have a picture of him playing in the background, or if I don't have every slide, it's got to be his face. I ain't trying to hear that shit.
Yeah, may as well tell you better turn to the east.
What did Judge Joe Brown say? When he was talking with Kwame Brown, he was like, "Drop the britches, bend over, drop the britches, and get banged."
That's it.
Man.
It was like 5 B's. There was more than that, but Judge Joe Brown said it when he was being interviewed by Kwame Brown, and it was funny.
Very fitting for what we're talking about, because that's exactly
Very
what's
fitting.
happened to a lot of folks. They don't want to talk about it. They wake up in the morning, they don't want to talk about their booty hurting, but it don't change what it is. Hey,
you're like,
not
hey
over
brother,
here.
how you doing? Hey, I'm all right. What happened?
Yep.
I ain't trying to talk
I
about
just got roofed. Yep. I just got roofed.
Oh man. Oh,
and that's the thing, brothers, is that honestly, when we trying to serve y'all and do this thing, and this is hopefully an example for all of y'all. Brother Alex, if you look at Kwame Brown's interview with Judge Joe Brown, it's a real talk between the two men. It's a real talk. The same Judge Joe Brown that was on television with Kwame Brown. It's a real. There's some language in it, but if you listen to this stream, you be good.
Don't do it with your children around. It's equivalent to what you hear here. It ain't the Joe Brown from the TV days.
No,
Joe Brown retired. He don't care no more.
It's Judge Joe Brown. I don't give a fuck, because he basically said he got canceled out by Hollywood. So at this point in time, he's like, I don't care anymore. I'm laying it all out, and he did. He did.
Yep, the go along to get along game.
Go along to get along.
Yep, that ain't us.
Nope. No, sir.
If it ain't the book, I ain't going along with nothing.
No, sir.
And like Brother David said, when we walk this life, brothers, you already know that the cost is going to be your whole life.
Absolutely.
The cost of walking this is your life. Quentin Wells, bless you, my brother. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
You have to understand, when you step into this, read Sirach chapter 2 and let it set in. You're going to be increased in your last end, but you have some things you got to go through first. Sisters, you're going to be increased. When you join a man's house, instead of operating, I want to read y'all something, a verse. Turn to Jeremiah chapter 3. Me and the brothers were talking about this right before the stream. Sisters, we always read in Malachi where it says, a woman, men are doing treacherously with the wife of their youth. But look at this, brothers. That's right, SOJ. That Judge Joe Brown, the same one you saw on television. You know the one that was talking like, I ain't trying to hear what you gotta say. Young man, you need to sit down and shut up. That Judge Joe Brown. But he ain't that guy no more. He different. You should hear his breakdown about Bill Cosby. Woo! Jeremiah chapter 3, look at verse 20, brothers. Sisters, for those of you who have left your husbands, look at this. Surely, as a wife treacherously departeth from her husband, so have you dealt treacherously with me, O house of Israel, saith Yah. That word treacherously translates to deceitfulness or deceiving. A lot of you sisters have departed from your husband deceitfully. I'm going to leave my husband. We got married in the world. I'm leaving. I'm going to go marry a Hebrew man in the faith.
Woo,
That's dealing treacherously. That's dealing treacherously. Where do you see that in the Bible? That because your husband ain't going the way you want him, you can let some other man tell you to divorce your husband because he's a man of Yah. And you're going to go and jump in some other man's bed, probably his.
Man. All I know is don't look at it. Don't look for that at none of these three properties, these three households.
No,
Because
sir.
if you do, you'll get shut down real quick.
Yes, sir.
Real quick.
And those
We're
of
going
you
to
who
turn you
tried
around
it, you know.
and point you right back to your husband and be like, that's where you need to be, sister.
Yep.
And we know they don't want to hear that because when they hear that, they're like, well, I ain't talking to y'all no more. I thought y'all were going to give me a free pass. Nope.
Yep, a free pass to your husband where your ass belong.
Yep. But what if he's... I ain't got nothing about that. Brother Daryl Vick, Shabbat Shalom, brother.
Yeah, it don't matter. It don't matter what he is. Just go obey the book.
That's it. Yep. Focus on who you are. Let's see if you're truly Abigail.
Woo!
Cherokee Outlaw said no free pass. That's right, brothers. No free pass. You doing treacherously with your husband. I'm going to get up and leave because I don't like the fact that he, whatever it may be, treacherously with your husband. And that's how we've been, men, that's how we've been treating the Most High.
That, man, ain't that the truth? I'm going to go over here and hook up with Egypt, i.e. America, because their program is easier. Yeah, that nigga, he be wanting us to work and stuff. I'm going to go over here to America where they'll just give it to me for free.
Yeah, I'm waiting on the stimulus. As soon as I get my stimulus, then everything will be good. I can buy the supplies for my house.
Miss Lovely Dudley from the house of Brother Dudley said, go back, pray for him, and do what you're called to do. Oh, man.
That's it. That's power. That's it.
That's it right there. And you know what? You may just win your husband over because I can say, based on how I live my life, there were times that I was one of those won-over husbands.
Yes, sir.
Where I was like, Allah Akbar! And my wife was like, Tanisha was like, baby, put the detonator down, take the dynamite off. I'm like, for real? She's like, yes. You're about to destroy your whole house, your children, me, everybody, over somebody talking about you?
Yeah. You'll feel better in the morning.
Yes, sir.
I woke up in the morning, I was like, you know what, babe? You're right.
You'll see it differently.
You know what?
Man.
Go ahead and take that dynamite away from me. I don't need it anymore. I don't need it anymore. And CIA, this is metaphorical. I'm not talking about this is not literal. This is a metaphorical, spiritual example.
Right.
I just want to say that. Most High will straighten the brother out if he's out of order. Cherokee Outlaw, that's real. That's it.
Straighten the wheel.
That's it. And you know what? Many brothers, including myself, have been straightened out not because the wife went to the teachers, the elders, the pastors,
Nope.
but because with her chaste conversation, I was won over. I looked at her and was like, man, what the fuck am I doing?
Man.
Because y'all's gonna get me for how I'm acting right now. If I don't straighten this shit out right now, and not tomorrow, not when I get my feelings in order, if I don't straighten this shit up right now, it wouldn't be surprising to me if I hopped in my car, was driving, and got in a car crash and died. And
Yes,
y'all
sir.
saved her and gave her to somebody better than me.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
That's
brother,
humbling.
Yah being Yah now, he knows. That's why he gave them the instructions that he gave them. Because now
Yes.
how would we respond to them trying to go to some pastor such and such, elder or moray such and such? Nigga, I don't care how wrong. You already know you're wrong, but you gonna be like, nigga, what?
Right.
What did he say? Just for the simple fact that she went over you to this person,
Yep.
you're not finna hear what they had to say. That's why Yah
Right.
is perfect. He laid it out perfect.
Right.
Yep.
Right. It's so perfect. So this and that's, for you sisters who are seeking husbands, that's one of your tasks. That's one of your roles. By you being that, you don't understand. You're saying that the helping of his household may sometimes just be he's off and you follow the word and win him over. And he may, because I'm speaking from experience. I'm speaking from me being me and what happened to me. I was acting a fool, and there were many times that my life was saved because of her. Because if she'd have been like, "Yeah, nigga, yeah, go get that mother," if she'd have been like that, I'd have been dead.
Same here.
Or in
I'd
jail.
have been dead,
Yep.
or in jail,
Man.
or in jail. But by having a woman that had a meek and chaste and quiet conversation, she won me over with not her loud mouth. Because when you say when you acting stupid, it's weird. I'm gonna say weird. It's real weird when she be like, "Master, you don't want to do that because that'll hurt me and the children." She ain't be like, "Nigga, you stupid." It's just you're gonna hurt me and the family. You love us, right? You have a vision that Yah's putting you on. You gonna blow your vision over this? Let him go. Suddenly you like, man, that's a buzzkill. I was hyped up right now. I was about to go do some dirt. And then after when you go home and you sit down and you think about it, you like, Father, thank you for her. Because I would have died. Or he would have died. And I would have been in prison. Either way, my family would have been destroyed. But due to your mercy and due to her chaste conversation, we are saved.
Yes, sir.
She actually, at that point in time, became a rib and protected me from me.
Yes, sir.
Which is the function of the ribs. The ribs and intercostals, they cover your internal organs, which is exactly what a bulletproof vest does, or a plate carrier. It stops rounds from hitting those internal organs, which is exactly where the ribs protect. And she saved you brothers from being destroyed. Cherokee Outlaw said that submissive spirit is the best from a daughter of Zion. That's what I look for. I don't care how many degrees you got, how much money you're bringing in. If you come with a meek and quiet spirit, shit, I'm at a loss for words.
Yes, sir. That's it.
And to be honest today, that's not even faith-based.
That's it.
That's not based on, well, I'm a daughter of Zion.
How do you know? Based on what? Who told you that?
Wow.
I don't need you to self-identify. How about you just be submissive, obedient, or willing to be submissive and obedient, and then allow me to properly label you.
Yes, sir.
That's how we see it. Yep.
I hope y'all have been blessed
Oh yeah,
by this
this is
live stream.
good. Nothing else matters. We didn't hit it all. Just
And as
live in
you
the
can
book.
see, right, as you can see, we're kind of transferring away from talking about us, the sisters, and now we're kind of transitioning to us brothers. But we're also, we talked before the stream, we're going to be talking a lot more about homesteading, because right now the issue is too many people, men want pussy, but they ain't got food.
Mm.
So we spend our time telling the women, get covered. And as one of my sisters said, Miss Mamtube, by who? She asked that question. She said, where are the men at? That's a great question. By who? Where are the men that are preparing their houses? There are sisters out there that are saying, I want to be covered by a man, but I ain't trying to starve to death.
Or be a servant.
Or be a servant.
Hey, and when I say be a servant, I'm talking about not being a servant unto her husband, knowing full well when she come in, she's a servant to another man beside her husband.
Man.
They're out there, brothers, but I tell you, the ones that are serious, pop. They ain't looking for men that are servants or men that are going to facilitate their death. At that point, they're like, yeah, I'd rather die by myself, doing me. I'm a dying submission to this guy who's going to kill me?
Mm.
No, they're hoping. There are some, I'm not saying there's a lot, I'll say few women that have the spirit of an Abigail who want a covering, want a husband. And they look around and they say, shit. And I'm going to be real, because this is one of the sisters said to me. It seems to me like my options of finding a covering, and these are her words, I'm not putting anything in her mouth, sister. If you want to say it, you can, but if not, just keep silence. She said, the only place it seems that I can look is Florida, because she knows that there's a couple brothers in Florida, including HOQ, or the Ozarks. I was like, what? She's like, where's everybody else? Who's doing this? Where are the men that are stepping up and willing to say, damn it, I don't care what nobody else says, I'm doing this thing for the saving of my house? Because if she wants to join his house and he's the savior of the body, well, what if the body's dying? Where y'all at, brothers? Because they out here. Let me tell y'all, the sisters are out here. But where y'all at?
It's quiet, Jack. Oh man. Shit, if I was a sister, I'd be scared too. If that's the overall response here.
Oh man.
Cherokee Outlaw, we on both sides. Me and Brother David are both out here in the Ozarks. And they're out. Brother Frank Stockton's in the Ozarks. Brother J. Car 3's in the Ozarks. We have lots of Brother Ronnie Rainier's in the Ozarks. House of Lamar just moved basically to the Ozarks. There are a lot of men bringing their families out here to the Ozarks. There's a community out here in the Ozarks. There's a lot of us who have chosen to move here. And right now, at this time, but I can tell you, four families, 4 men and their households moving to the Ozarks by the end of this year, y'all willing.
Hallelujah.
4 men moving to the Ozarks.
And I'll say to y'all again, I said it before, but it's been a while. So some of y'all may not have heard it when we said it. So, brothers, when y'all come out, when the Father blesses you to make it here, be mindful of those who have come before you.
Please.
as I and others have been mindful of those who were coming here after us, and so we've made absolute certain in all of our dealings with people around us, we deal with them in such a way that wouldn't cause them to say, hey, I'm not dealing with them folks no more, because I remember when I dealt with this dude, he didn't pay on time, or he didn't do this, or he didn't do that. We have gone above and beyond in our dealings with these people, so that when other folks come out here, they are at least, if nothing else, on even ground or on an even footing, not coming in at
Right.
a deficit. Don't come in here and
Shit.
mess it up for others who might be coming after you, bringing your same mentality or hood mentality or whatever it is. It might not be hood, whatever it is. Just you. Who? What?
Don't come out here like a nigga. Because some of us have put in the work so that when you get out here, they don't look at you like niggas from St. Louis or Little Rock or New York or LA, because that's what the news shows. So we came out here and we set the foundation so that people could see us and say, man, they're hardworking, coloreds,
Right.
black men.
And you
They
don't go
see
off
that.
and, oh, you don't call me colors, I'm a black. And I'll just, hey, chill out, man. Chill.
I
Because
don't
when you
go
come
around
here,
telling everybody we the chosen people of Yah.
right. I ain't no
They'll
Christian, I'm
see.
Israel.
Right. I don't run around with
Deal
the
with all
12
that.
tribes chart. First of all, I don't believe in it anyways. But I don't got a 12
Burn
tribes
it.
chart posted at my front gate. We got to be wiser than that. You're going to make enemies with everyone around you and then try. I'm good with my neighbors. I like my neighbors. My neighbors are cool. They cool. I ain't got no problem with them. They ain't got no problem with me. If one of my neighbors came by and was like, I'd like more black people to move out into these areas. He said, but too many of them act like the guys from Soul Plane and I was like,
Yeah.
your perception of people of color are Soul Plane? That's the
Wow.
one movie you watched? Soul Plane with Snoop Dogg? That's it,
Oh,
Cherokee
man.
Outlaw. Be wise as serpents. You got to be wise and understand, hey, some of these people may not have had a whole lot of experience with people of color.
Man, I
This
hope
is
y'all
your
listening.
opportunity. When I moved to the area that I'm in right now, I was the only person of color.
Me too.
There it is. The only
Hey,
one for 10 to 15.
uh-oh.
Oh, man. Yep. The same
Right.
here.
Yep,
So I hope
same here.
People
y'all are
took
listening.
people took notice when you move in. They drive by and be like, did they get lost? I see
Yep,
the for sale sign and the land is gone. They bought it?
yep. How many
There it
over
is.
there? Hey, how many of y'all gonna be over there?
Yep. Cherokee Outlaw, that's right. Be a light. I had a guy actually come by and say, because he said, hey, if anything ends up missing, we know who stole it. They said that about me when I got out here. He came by and apologized and said, I said some things about y'all. He said, honestly, the only thing I knew about y'all is don't be a menace to South Central and uh Soul
Boys in
Plane,
the
right?
hood or something.
With Snoop
Oh,
Dogg.
Soul Plane.
Soul Plane. He said, that's the only thing I had known about black people. He said, and then what you see in the news from Little Rock.
yep.
Wow.
I was like, that was his only experience with people of color. And here's your time, as Cherokee Outlaw said, to be a light to the Gentiles.
Yep.
And here you come with your nigga isms.
I like how Frank said it. Brother Frank Stockton, you are the black ambassador. Absolutely. Care about
Yes, sir.
something more than yourself, and understand that there will be others coming behind you, and
That's
how you
right.
behave yourself is going to directly impact, be a benefit or a detriment to those coming behind you. So if you're not
Right.
ready to come correct, keep your ass where you at. That's as
Right.
plain as I can say it.
Be a nigga there.
Yep.
Because there are other men that come by, that men of color, who may want the job that you're working at or that you blew. They may
Bam.
come in and be like, I'm looking for a job. And the only thing that boss knows is niggas don't come to work.
Yep. Don't do
Niggas
that.
don't work hard. They always complaining. You be the light. You show them. Nah, we hard working. So that when a
Yep.
guy comes behind you, another brother of color comes behind you, they'll offer him a job because they look at you and say, man, he got a good work ethic.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Being a light is a lot more than just, I'm just a light, brothers. No, being a light is actually being the light.
Yes, sir. You
Brother
still in the book?
J.A. Dudley said, whatever career I was in, I was always a representative of myself. Telephone company, pro MMA. Check that, y'all. Truck driving, and I separated myself from everyone that act on a low frequency. That's right, brother. Brother, you are on it.
Yep, still in the
Man.
book. Your name was important. It still is. That's
Whenever I
part
see
of
the
being
name
alive.
J.A. Dudley or Miss Lovely Dudley, I'm like, that's my nigga. I mean, my brother.
Hey,
I
that's what
sound
we
like
say.
that's right. We say that. Hey,
Yeah.
that's my nigga
Come
right
on.
there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
When I see brother Alex, and brother Alex is white, I be like, that's my nigga.
Yep.
There's some people out here doing it, and that's really all we pushing, brothers and sisters. I mean, brothers, we pushing brotherhood, and brotherhood mean this: we only pushing the book and nothing else. We're
That's
not
it.
pushing our own agenda, our own opinion, our own thoughts. We just saying, hey, you got to get busy. Part of living it or just living it is getting busy.
Yes,
You have
sir.
to have some resolve and go ahead and make the decision that you are going to be the best version of yourself, according to how we live this book. And
Yes,
Right.
sir.
I mean, the thing that resonates to me the most, like I said this week, is being a producer. Like being a producer, especially in the area of farming, gardening, and things of that nature. Not hearers only, but doers.
Yes, sir.
Man. So as Brother David said, brothers, when you come out in the areas like this, these people may not have had experience with people of color. Be the ambassador. Be the light.
There we go.
Be that. Stop being the man that every time you get an opportunity, you blow it. You're late to work. You don't keep up with your bills. Everybody, and well, everybody might be just your next door neighbor, but you know how words spread out here. They see your car get repossessed. You come home bumping your favorite music. Shit, why can't you just get inside and play the music? Think.
Yep. About
We're doing
something
this for,
besides yourself and what you want right now.
right. We're doing this for more than us. The fact that I came out here, a whole community of people of color were able to come out here and at least be halfway decent. This is what we're building. When they see men of color with wives that are white, they look at y'all and be like, oh shit, those women are happy. I thought they were going to try reverse slavery. They well up, they smiling, they leaving off the land skipping. Skipping. Maybe we had it all wrong.
I hope y'all hearing us.
This is the real talk. Stop making enemies with everybody you come across because they don't think like you do. If they say, praise the Lord, you want to know what I say?
Praise the Lord.
Praise the
Praise the
Lord.
Lord.
Yeah.
And I learned that from Pastor Fox, who put me up on game. For those of you who say, Pastor Fox is racist, Pastor Fox put me up on game. He's the one who told
Yep.
me, don't come out here acting like you did when you were in Southern California.
That's why
You
we was
can't.
going to bat for Pastor Fox instead of all y'all who was talking shit.
Right.
Or those of you, not all of y'all, but you know who you are or were. To the ones who were, that's why we didn't mince any words. And it was not, we didn't leave it unclear at all. We just drew the line in the sand real precisely. If that's how you feel, take that shit and your ass on elsewhere.
Right.
Why? Because he's proven himself. You might not see it, and you don't have to. That's cool.
Right.
We know what he's done.
Right. J.A. said, I came out acting the same way. I acted in New Jersey. That is why I came out. Cherokee Outlaw? Yes, they did. In fact, there's a video of me actually on Shofar Mountain. If you go back several years, about 4 or 5 years, there's a video of me on Shofar Mountain. 2 of them, actually. And Cherokee, I think that, in all honesty, if we're going to be a light to this world, a light to the nations, a light to the Gentiles, we got to do better.
Absolutely. Substantially
We got,
better.
because they watching. Like Brother
Not
Andre
only
said, he's
better
looking at
when it's easy either. Not only better when it's easy, better all the time. Better in those difficult moments when you're in these stressful situations around them.
Yes.
Who are you then? Because that's when I guarantee you they watching. Like, hey, let's see how they act in this situation.
Yes.
And you never know. It just might be a test. Is the stereotypes true? Or is he really different?
Oh, man, you're telling the truth, brother. And you will be tested. It's always interesting when we as brothers, like Brother Andre, you said you were looking at implements. Isn't it always kind of funny when you go to pick up an implement or a bale of hay, or you asking for several bales of hay that starts going into the 3 and 4 figures, and it's not shoes or rims or cars?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it kind of interesting how they treat you?
Oh yeah. Hey, when they see you, y'all know how it is. When they see you coming to pick up supplies and you consistent, you don't never change, man.
And you pay them right there?
Right. There it is.
Hey, you have folks offering you jobs through their families and stuff. Hey man, you look like you a whole worker. My cousin, my son, they got this going on. If you want to do it, it's up to you.
Man.
Y'all grow this for us, we'll buy it.
Yes, sir. There you go.
For real.
Business you ain't even hunting down.
Yes, sir.
You give it that. That's funny.
Hey, Brother Andre, how many people of color have bought your T-shirts compared to strangers and the Gentiles?
Other than y'all, and it's a few brothers, but the majority, the bulk of the money came in. It's gonna be sad to say it's from brothers that don't have my skin tone. Just being real.
I love how you put it too. You didn't just try to say,
brothers.
Hey, those aren't brothers.
They brothers.
And any of y'all who think we coons because of it, well, we already said it earlier. We don't give a shit. So I'll leave it at that.
That's facts. Yep, it's been other brothers.
Yep. I'll say it right now. My white brethren, check that. My white brethren, if I'm saying they're brethren, that means they're
keeping the law.
My brothers.
Yep.
They are my brothers.
Not servants.
Not servants.
Not we wait until we gonna rule over you and you gonna kiss my toe because blah blah blah. None of this foolishness.
Yeah.
I will stand proudly and say they're my brothers.
Yes, sir.
And if you don't like it, I don't give a fuck.
Me either. Not one.
Not 2.
0.
Not 3. There it is, Cherokee. Those who do the work are my brethren. That's right, brother.
Yes,
That's it.
sir.
I saw Brother J.A. said, that is the truth. I deal with the locals and they show plenty of love and respect. Might also be because I open carry. I hope y'all are listening to what we said. We're gonna get off the stream. Live the
Yeah,
book.
Yep.
100%.
Plus nothing.
Plus nothing.
Or
That's
you can
it.
add some stuff for your own self. You can add your own laws for your own self, man. Just don't expect
Oh
others
yeah.
to follow your laws.
Right.
We
Right.
just throw that out there. That's what we
Right.
mean when we say that.
If you create laws for your own house, that's perfectly okay. As long as they don't conflict with y'all's laws, you're good. I'm not gonna judge you because your wife or children operate in a way that's different than mine. Does it go against the book? If not, then we brothers. And we are of the same mind because we are all working towards serving the Messiah. And we
Yes, sir.
understand, and none of us gonna be perfect until we get there. Until we get with him. And he sets all things in order. But we're all moving in that direction. So I'm good. And I hope that's understood. So although you can watch the videos, you see our wives. If your wives wear earrings, you ain't gotta be like, well, my wives don't. I gotta take my wife's earrings off. No, you don't. Wives, you are representing your husband in his house. Represent it proudly. Represent his house proudly. And as long as it's not against Torah, you can represent your husband's house on the rock proudly. And I wouldn't expect anything any less. Bro, you got anything else?
I'll just go say, hey, we love y'all. We didn't put in a half day's work.
Shit. Send your tithes and offerings to the link in the description.
No.
If y'all want to
Brother
send
Andre.
your deeds, don't.
Uh,
If you want to send your daughters, don't.
No.
if you feel compelled to send anything, just don't.
Right.
Just keep
go
it.
do that which you have heard. Be doers of the word, and that is payment enough.
Brother Jay Morris, I will respond to your email, brother. Brother, I've been so far behind. We've been planting. It's been a lot this week. I will get back to you, and Brother Michael Rivera, I'll get back to you also. My bad, brothers. All right, brother, we done.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. We love y'all.
Shabbat shalom. As Brother David said, we love y'all.